the rest of the day from yesterday afternoon. So, sorry off on the go though. Kept going on runs of 3 wins, so here's hoping we can find a fourth win somewhere. Alright, first hand, no lands, problem. This hand's much better. So the upside's really high if we keep our. So I think I'm gonna get rid of a sailor. Um, it would definitely pop a thought, I think, here. We just don't want them to know what's in our hand or take any of the more relevant cards, I think. It's Rakdos. Matchup definitely gets a lot better post-board. See how we can do. Expect it's gonna get killed. We're gonna pass. Problem with just jamming out an Empyrean Eagle here is just the Liliana. Will, however, just play a Naked Queller. Naked Queller is a lot better than Queller with something under it in this matchup, I find. You really don't want them to have access to spell under here. Main deck a Braid, huh? That's a silly question. I'm curious about how people enjoy generally meta decks that aren't handcrafted. I feel like this has a greater than that feel as a question, but I found it hard to enjoy decks I haven't found the lines for personally being involved in the making of. Well, it's just what your goals in Magic are, right? Like there's a level of hubris to the idea that like your own ideas are better than that of everyone else's, right? Not to say that you have that hubris, right? But like as a concept. And so I think a lot of people just would rather play decks that have a lot of testing, a lot of prep into them, and generally speaking are designed to attack a metagame because it increases your win rate. I think a lot of people play Magic for the purposes of winning more than, say, developing builds or doing things like that. And there's no wrong way to play and enjoy Magic. It's just what you're interested in. And I think if your goal is to, be a competitive player, win events, you're often rewarded for playing decks that are more stock because they are stock for a reason, right? They're not just there for no reason. But it's more about just the idea of what your goals are. Like, I don't particularly care for brewing. I do it sometimes, especially with new sets and things like that. But like, generally speaking, I'd rather play a deck that I know is good than have to care particularly about brewing it. But I think that is a different goal for everyone, and that's a big part of why people get different levels of enjoyment out of it. My goal is to make Blue White Spirits great again. I mean, Bant Spirits is just Blue White Spirits Splash and Collect a Company. You're already there. Opponent just stuck on lands. Like, unbelievably stuck. This is one way to beat beat Rakdos, I suppose. Alright, well, we're up a game. Why is Abzan? Azorius Spirit's not dominant compared to Bant Mono Blue? Mainly, so Mono Blue is a much better aggro tempo deck than Bant or Blue White. And you rely on actual counter spells, which gives you a lot better game against a variety of things in the metagame. Bant gets a lot of its value out of its creature suite. But Collected Company, rather than Azorius, right? You're basically Azorius already, Splash and Collect Company. Azorius just doesn't have any catch-up mechanics. So Mono Blue gives you the same tools, but with less flex spots. and more counter spells. Bant is just already blue-white, but you have a better catch-up mechanic. So Azorius sits in that spot where it doesn't actually get anything more than mono blue or Bant, and there's little downside to playing Collect a Company these days. How's it going, Dr. Raptor? How's it going, Tom? Can't afford lands in Coco yet. I'm actually moving in 7 days. Yo, good luck with the move. Moving is stressful. I feel you. Good luck on your move, though. Yeah, if you can't afford Cocos and lands, that's perfectly reasonable. I recommend Bant, then Mono Blue, then Blue White. So Blue White's also exceedingly cheap compared to most of the other builds. Of any like tiered deck in the format, Mono Blue, Bushwhacker, things like that are some of the cheapest and have a lot of really transferable parts, which is great. So if you're looking to make sure you have a solid deck without having to break the bank before you move, would definitely recommend Mono Blue. Because yeah, Coco's and the lands add a lot of cost to this deck compared to blue. Take a Spectral Sailor. Alright, well, the second one's gonna resolve. What do you want to take? Probably the Rattle Chains, I imagine. Take the Queller. Tell us. Tells us they probably have something like a Liliana. Are they stuck on lands again? Staying put's a lot better than moving, but some moves need to happen for better quality of life. Absolutely. We move every couple years, every year or so. So I definitely feel you. It's stressful and a pain, but it is an upgrade in quality of life usually. Messing with Mardu Legendary Aristocrats recently. I love silly decks far too much for my own good, I guess. Hey, nothing wrong with that. Silly decks are a lot of fun. I also think that like there is value to it, right? Like every once in a while a silly deck ends up being great, and that's when you get to really get the value of having played it. Be ahead of the curve on it. All right, well, they're stuck on lands, and we're gonna keep extraction specialisting them death. They're already at 13. They found a land. I have to imagine they're gonna just. We need another white Saurus, but our hand is pretty good. The problem is they take this Rattle Chains, these Skyclaves are gonna clear them out. At some point. Doesn't have to be right now, but at some point. Wanderer, get in there. I would have rather had a land, even if it wasn't a white source, to be able to draw cards. They had to do that then, because Wanderer would have protected it. They didn't want to do that. So they're just a little too slow for control and not enough answers for red, black, and mono green. Yeah, that's unfortunately the most common thing you're gonna find with any brew is it's gonna struggle against those decks specifically because they're so tuned. But if you can solve that problem, it does get quite nice. We have lethal with a lord off the top here. We could draw Coco, we could draw a white source. Take 4 down to 14. And the Shieldred or Kalidas? Could be a Liliana. Another Bone Crusher, sure. Alright, white source is great here. I'm feeling they're gonna kill something. It'll push the Moz Wanderer. Does cut our clock, but we're also cutting their clock a bit. For 2. Trade some stuff to turn blue-white to mono-blue, but Hurricane Ian's hitting Florida as a Category 5, and homie's trying to get through it, so I don't know when I'll see it. Yo, fair enough. Best of luck to the friend, because hurricanes are no joke. I know some people who have been thinking about evacuating from it. Chandra. Kill Chandra, put you to 3. It comes down to it, I'm certainly much more a brewer than grinder. Hey, nothing wrong with that. That's one of the beauties of Magic, and I think why people get so much enjoyment out of it is there is no right or wrong way to play Magic. You want to play Commander, you want to play casual, you want to brew, you want to just draft but never play the matches, want to try and win a Grand Prix, all fine. All viable and reasonable things to do. The optionality of Magic does give it a lot of fun. All right, they're looking for another push here. Find it. They did not. All right, we're up to 4-0. I mean, our opponent got very unlucky. They got stuck on 2 lands both games. Makes it a lot easier, but even that second game was a struggle. Shoving my jank down the Pioneer pipeline, seeing if people like it. Hey, that works. And like I said, some of the time you end up in this position where people experiment and are able to find some awesome stuff. The creativity decks kind of came out of nowhere in that same regard of just like people messing around with some ideas, and then oops, here comes Gearhulk creativity, and then later comes Xenagos World Spineworm. A lot of decks start as janky brews, and then you just take the forgot we gotta do a prediction. Ah, is it working? Our prediction. Do we get the early morning 5-0? There you go. We got our prediction up. Going to play the Xenagos World Spineworm today in the LGS. Awesome. It's a great deck. I enjoyed it a lot. I'm writing up a deck guide about it right now for playing Pioneer, and we played it a bunch last week. We had endless 3-2s and 4-1s. The deck is very good. It struggles a bit against blue-white though. And by a bit I mean a lot. It struggles a lot in the blue-white, but other than that, it has a lot of good game against a lot of the decks in the metagame. Right now I'm seeing if I can refine Bard class and Black Devotion. Ooh, those are both a lot of fun. Loving Marty though, very silly, somewhat powerful for the meta. That's the idea, right? Is again, just whatever fancies you find are always worth pursuing in these kind of things. If you're not having fun, it's not worth it. Get in there and crack it. Bard class and Black Devotion also have the pedigree and the history of being powerful and playable decks. Gives you a lot to work with. Alright, we'll pop in the queue. Usually it takes a hot minute to find a match for 5-0. Kotsky's a nice ad. Is it for blocking the ground or trying to get the head advantage? Oh, it's definitely for the draw effect. It just gives you a better shot of being able to draw like 2-3 extra cards against no 3-2 option. We're 4-0, Tom. How do we get to 3-2? It gives you the chance against Rakdos to just like have your things that just snuck through the removal to just refill your hand. It's really only there for control and mid-range decks to be able to redraw some more cards. I got to Peer plus Shieldred the other day. Felt so good. Oh yeah, yeah. It only shows 1-0 because it resets every day. So it's a new session. So it only shows 1-0. But we are 4-0. We're going for the trophy here. Yeah, Pure Shieldred sounds really good. I the problem I run into it is that often you end up pinched where you only have like 5 or 6 mana and a Shieldred, and then you have to protect the Shieldred, and then you're just like, oh, I can't cast this 7 drop, and then you die. Actually, I played one game with Black Devotion where I got to peer myself, pick the perfect hand out of half my deck, and we still lost. Oh, that was a beating. We were pretty far behind to start though. Yeah, I agree. Going down to 1 peer makes sense. It's like a nice little bonus combo. Anything more than that seems tough. I was so sad the other day when I found that Shieldred plus Days Undoing doesn't work. Yeah. Ekros self-roasted and self-reported on Twitter on that one by accident, but unfortunately it ends the turn so you don't get to get the triggers. It's a real sad, but it still works with memory, which is nice. Just answer the question. Besides Children and Meat Hook, because those are insane to Evoke Despair. Yeah, I fight, right? I've played some lists that just jam for Invoke Despairs as like the main win condition. The card is just so good. Really is. It's one of those cards. Oh, okay. We're against. It's a good draw for us, but we're against. Looks like green white hexproof. We'll get some good value out of Spell Queller. Unfortunately, the Shacklegeist is not it. It'll be good against Light Paws though. Being on the draw too is going to prove to be difficult here, I think. Yeah, Invoke Despair is a very, very good card. One of the best cards that we've had recently. Yeah, Virtuoso. Oh, they're down to 2 cards in hand. Definitely in some trouble this game. Alright, well. Trouble, but take it. This Queller to eat a spell and then tap down Light Pause. Problem is we're getting to the point where this Virtuoso also will be a problem. They've gone wide enough. But if we can get Queller into company, no chance. No chance on that one. So I actually don't think we tap anything down because we actually only take 3, but if we tap something down, we take 5. Now we just pass because hopefully we can Rattle Chains plus Supreme Phantom to lock stuff down, or just Coco. Excuse me. This is a game we're gonna win by killing them from in one swing. I think if we're gonna win. All right, I'm gonna Coco. You want to hit Queller? Don't hit Queller. You hit 2 Lords though, meaning pretty close to lethal. Really did want to hit a Queller though for this. Yeah, we're tapping this down. Gross. Did Cemetery Illuminator become unimpressive for Bant? I think it's still a fine option. It's not amazing. This being huge is a problem. Oh. As hexproof, huh? To do that in response so they didn't just get Alpha Authority. Alright. Sure. 4-8. Alright, they don't have lifelink. So if we draw 3, so 5, yeah, we can't even win with 2 Lords. And we can't hit this anymore because it has hexproof. That's brutal. Actually brutal. Proof. This. Should have attacked the Shacklegeist last turn. We're actually just dead on board if they see it. We're just dead on board. They have to see it. It doesn't look like it, but yeah, that's fine. Tough game 1. Pull Catilda, Skyclave. Down on Quellers just because most of their stuff comes in below it. It's a tough one. All right. Gabo, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. The boggles go burr. True. Too true. This hand's really good, assuming we find any other land at some point. The deck is always something. Interesting to see double strike one in there. Oh yeah. The Illuminator Virtuoso is part of what made this deck have any level of rebound. We've seen it pop up time for time. I mean, it's really good into something like Rakdos. The problem is that if they can kill your non-hexproof creatures, Liliana now just like invalidates your hexproof creatures. Yeah, definitely Illuminator is a good addition for sure. Ooh. Casual 5, huh? Been using Beanslayer Paladin? Paladin's a good sideboard option, but yeah, I would definitely recommend leaning into using Virtuoso as a nice top end. But yeah, lifelink first strike and flying. Well, we're in real trouble. Missed on the Coca on the lane. I have to Queller. Hope they don't have anything here. We don't have a whole lot. This Coco to find us a ethereal armor. Yeah, we're getting boggled real hard here. Played an RCQ on Saturday. Me and another person tried Bant Spirits, no dispute. The boards felt kind of good. Yeah, the no dispute I think is reasonable. I think Bant needs dispute a lot less because you have Queller as an option. They have another one. That's their hand is bananas. Just actually act. We're dead. Probably end up dropping my Cetessan champions. Yeah, it's definitely a holdover. Yeah, this is a sheesh. We're getting clapped. Okay. I'll block. Yeah, Boggles is tough. We're also just like repeatedly getting into this position where like we aren't able to deploy anything. Game's over. But like theoretically, this collected company could hit 2 Skyclave apparitions, and then it's a much smaller card. But we're very dead. Again, we're like in this weird spot where like I realized Boggles was a thing. Oh yeah, this is a struggle bus. It exists. I wouldn't say it's a thing, but it does every once in a while rear its head. But it's a good option into Rakdos, assuming you can deal with Liliana. Potential 5-0. No, we were playing for it. This was the 5-0 match. We were 4-0 from yesterday. Yeah, it only updates per session. Overlay out here lying to you. Eat the one that gives it flying. You can have a 1-1 back, that's fine. All right, we're down 2 Skyclave apparitions. Not many options left. Oh, temporary lockdown would be so good here. We're not drawing them. It's fine. We remain unable to close out the 5-0 with Bant. Wasn't expecting to run into to that. Although, yeah, temporary lockdown would be quite fun against that deck, huh? These wall of omens, they're pretty. Buried Carhelion. Carthelion. Alright. Time to hop over to some Greasefang. If Stream Deckers were also swamp this, see Greasefang. Well, we managed to go 3-2, 3-2, 3-2, 4-1. Officially unplayable. True. No, I think the interesting part about that matchup is just when they don't have their hexproof 1-drop, we're in much better shape, but whenever they find their hexproof 1-drop, it's very hard for us to interact immediately. Let's see if we can turn 3 some people. Oh, we're up against the fun policeman. Everyone out here policing fun. We're on the draw. Any land is great here, but I think we can find a better 6. Apparently not. Just a worse 6. Alright. Try temporary lockdown in blue-white. Too expensive with all the other space for 3 CMCs. Yeah, it's tough to find it in spirits, especially because it's I'm pretty sure it's symmetrical. You really don't want to run in spirits. Yeah, you don't want to run in spirits because it also just eats your own creatures, which is not ideal. Alright, we're gonna take some damage this game. That's okay. Impulse, opt, roast. Kind of want to take impulse. Take the instant speed answer to our future Greasefangs. Might just play tap land Thoughtseize again. We'll see. Depends what they do with this opt. One on top. A little bit more. Just hitting their hand. Oh, they just draw a Shredder. How rude. Alright, we'll play Rafine's Informant. Yes, we're gonna need to draw some enablers here. Unsurprisingly, our Multi 5 is not just guaranteed locking them up. Alright, just draw 2. Fair. They have an opt or any removal, so I would just cast it here, I think. Alright, tell me what you got, opponent. Oh. You're gonna get to loot. Gonna take that treasure cruise. Looks like they're on Pyromancer. Alright, well, they're on Roast Shredder. We need to draw a Grizzly Salvage. A finder here. How about land? Alright, we'll take 2. We're not dying anytime soon, but if they find any other spells, up their clock pretty quick here. I don't know if I love roasting our Rafine's Informant. Not racing anytime soon. Alright, well normally I'd be happy to see a Chariot, but Chariot not gonna get it done. Okay. Last card, Spell Pierce. Alright, well, Greasefang can buy back Chariot. I'm gonna take 2. Greasefang buys back Chariot. Really want a Grizzly Salvage into a Parhelion. This punishes us for playing our card last turn, but ends up fine. Or playing our land last turn. We are getting to the point, might just be dead. Oh. I'm gonna take 4 down to 2. We have to hit Grizzly Salvage, or no, it just has to be Grizzly Salvage. Salvage into Greasefang flipping Parhelion. And then we'll have 2 4/4s back to block. That's it. Huh? So you're saying there's a chance. We got 2/3 of the way there. Need a Parhelion in the yard. Sag. Alright, well, our roll to 5 wasn't the end of the world. Alright. Press, decay. Push. They line, maybe. Definitely want these. This isn't a Lily matchup, not a Wither. All these, like all these. Down on Wayfinders. They showed us Pyromancer, so I have to assume they're on the prowess or the Pyromancer Ledger Shredder build, so I definitely want pushes. We have decays for curses. The Eldritch Evolution in Mango's list for turboing out 2 PCM creatures and 1 Lily because the meta seems to be adapting quickly to her. I mean, I think Liliana's just a very good way to be able to fight through some of your tougher matchups, but it's certainly not an infallible card. You can cut some. I think the Eldritch Evolution is probably a step too far, just because like it's not gonna always be able to turn your 2s into 3s, just because a lot of times your 2 is a Grizzly Salvage. I don't think it gives you too much more than like playing Traverse would, and like I think Traverse is fine too. If you wanted to consider an alternative way to seemingly increase your ability to get your Greasefang out. So we'll leave him with the Rending Volley since we already have a Can't Stay Away. So we're not at risk of getting anything healed on. Sure. Start with Wayfinder. We want to draw a land anyway here. Alright, well that's great. Parhelion and Chariot in the yard. This also plays around a potential drawn Spell Pierce. They can never tap out again. So we have effectively stunted their ability to play the game because we have a Parhelion in the yard. This is a big part of why this deck is good, is you just get to like look, it is the Splinter Twin effect of like you just look your opponent in the eyes and go, you willing to die here? Go to combat, freeze up their ability a little here. Gonna salvage on end step. Chart, sure. Mile of Hell, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Rest of Kenzen, sure. This time we found all our Parhelion. Found Greasefang. So I'm gonna play this knowing they're gonna Rending Volley. I have to volley now because we have the chariot. Next turn, we can't stay away from the grass. It should be good enough. I love Greasefang as a concept, but every time I play against one, they always seem to high roll the hell and back. Yeah, it has some unbelievably good top end. The problem becomes the average game. Right? It's always been the Greasefang problem. Don't even need to. We actually were a colored source short. About this running ball. Obviously had something. Grab a Parhelion. Oh, they just wanted to see that we weren't going to skip through combat. Lovely. Lovely. Still want push. They're more on Drakes too. I think Evolution's easier there because he runs Stitchers. That's fair. I haven't been a big fan of Stitchers in a while. But you do sometimes. You would have to play Stitchers if you're playing Evolution. That's fair. We're just fine with where we're at. Which is good against Shredder thing. We might even be able to make it work in Drake, but it's a little trickier. Oh, thanks so much. Thanks for hanging out. Good luck with your packing. Like I said, I know it gets crazy out there during moving season. Best of luck. Keep this hand. Has a little bit of everything we need. I'm also very no Loppies in. Not against blue red. Not against blue red. Eating their treasure cruises if they are. We haven't seen Phoenixes, but hard to count it out. But if they don't have Phoenixes, it's still reasonable. But I think in the matchups where you're mulliganing for Leyline, I'm happy to keep in Lily, but I don't like Lily against most of the blue red decks because they get too much value out of their graveyard. To find any enabler. What's the way there? No 2-drop's good for us. Buy us some time. Too soon, but that's still good for us. Couldn't tell if you're talking about lilies or ley lines for a second there. I like to keep in Liliana against blue red in the matchups where we board in ley line. But against the Pyromancer deck, I don't think we're boarding in ley line, so I don't like to leave in Lily. Because again, things like Pyromancer make it pretty bad. It's lots of things like that. Yeah. We could have taken Opt there. I'm not that scared of Pyromancer here, especially because we're discarding this. Ooh, missing on land's a problem, though. Problem. But any land puts us in a good way. They do with the Opt. One to the bottom. Break. Alright. Attack. They could just jump with the elemental token here, I think. But we are going a bit wide for them. Jumping makes the most sense there. Start. You need to kill this Drake, because it flies over us pretty effectively here. Could also just kill the Pyromancer to stop them from jumping, but close. Really, we just want to hit like a Wayfinder or something and dump a Parhelion. Axe. Cruise. Oh, many. Attack. Take it. Oh, we needed to tap different. That's on me. We needed to tap this. Still weren't in a good way, but fortunately we got none of our enablers needed to get our Parhelion or a Pope. I guess those kind of hands are probably just too slow. I think that was more an issue of us keeping a slower hand. Gotta go all in on the fair hand as opposed to trying to be a reasonable human being. That's just the way Greasefang is. Gotta find an opponent. Where you at? They're like, you're 0-1? Why are you in the queue? What are you doing here? We're on the draw. Alright, this hand's beautiful. It's a much better hand. Opponent. Time to battle. Oh, is this Lotus Field or Bergie or Bant Spirits? I guess Botanical Sanctum doesn't just give it away anymore, huh? Okay. Yeah, we'll take the Queller. Leaving them with no play till 4 is pretty good. I didn't even realize they were on all the 6 there, or all the 5. This now. Griffin's Informant. Didn't hit quite as well as we'd like, but that's okay. Buying time. Winkman's fine. Salvage again here. Alright, well, Parhelion's in the yard at least. Alright, so next turn we can Wayfinder Informant. But we are now a Greasefang away. We can also just play Chariot, but Chariot's not very good in this matchup. Okay, we put the Greasefang and the Can't Stay Away in the yards. Now next turn we can just cast that. Alright, hit me with your best Coco. We're hoping they don't find Shackle Guy. That's the big. Catilda and Eagle. Both kind of fine. Take 5. Kinda good. Just another Coco. Look at this so we don't have to shock. Alright. This happens, huh? Oh, do they have Rattle Chains plus last card, Skyclave Apparition? A disaster. Wow. Pretty good. Pretty good. 5. No, that's pretty brutal. Their hand played out perfectly, huh? Alright. Take 5, 8, 10, 12. Go to 1. Can block the Wayfinder. That was a brutal draw. He's swing 2 here. We could get boat, but I think just getting 2 blockers is better than 1 here. And we have a blocker, blocker, blocker. So in theory, we would take 3, so we need to do this too. Go to 5 here. Take a concealed card, I guess. Alright. Well, we're at 5 with 3 blockers against 4 attackers. They didn't have anything to flash in. That's good. Another Skyclave? Alright, well, that's a problem. Main's a problem. They can't take a Angel. If they took their Fiend's Informant, we just die, right? Yeah, they should have just taken their Fiend's Informant. Yeah, that was wrong. Fiend's Informant. Well, be sure we're just dead on board here. Oh, they had us dead last turn. They didn't kill us, so maybe they won't see it this turn. They just put the Catilda on any other not flyer. really see it. No, you can't disturb with flash because it's not a spirit. Oh my, they did it. They once again they just had to put it on any non-flyer. They win. But they're giving us outs. We need to draw a Greasefang, as one would expect here. Wildest sideboard tech card for red green or red black mid range? Depends what you're playing. We have Can't Stay Away, we just don't have a Greasefang. Oh, did we have an extra Greasefang? I guess we did. Right. I must have missed it because we had already brought back one. This is fine. Everything's fine. From Be Cool. Bring back Parhelion. Everything's fine. $13, $17, $20, $23. Forces a chump. The big Sam come through. The Dude, we're in barely awake mode apparently. We've been wilding. Fourth Greasefang was hiding out right here. Trades, this trade. 4, 9, 8, 17. Stack the triggers? No. You have to target when the trigger goes on the stack, so there's no way to do it to get an angel. That would be sweet though. Alright. We got 2 flyers, one to block here and one to block here. We need them not to draw exactly a lord. I'm gonna block the one that can grow. Hey, look at that. Look at that. We used our brains. Draw a card. Chose not to die. Love when that happens. Big fan. Hey, we overcame. All right, push, decay. Nazis can go. Man goes. Yeah, they gave it away twice. It was very kind of them. Just need to kill Shacklegeists. Yeah, opponent gave it away twice, which was again quite generous of them. But that'll happen sometimes. This hand's a little slow. Well, this hand's perfect. Making sure we didn't click the Greasefang there. This hand's perfect if we can find any Parhellions to go in the yard off this Wayfinder, or Fiend's Informant at any point. Or Liliana. We have a lot of cards here that this. We are gonna probably have to fail push this Wanderer. Can't stay away is fine. Jackalgeist is the scary one, but we really can't just let them sit with the Moz Wanderer. Alright. What did I just say about can't stay away? Alright, well now we want to put our Fiend's Informant in the yard. Okay, we did it. We didn't naturally flip anything, though. So we're gonna have to play Concealed Courtyard, play Can't Stay Away for Fiend's Informant. I suspect they might have a Queller effect, which is a little rough, but we'd rather they Queller this than this. Maybe they just won't even care about it, because Fiend's Informant's a lot less scary than anything else we could be doing. Yeah. Not gonna attack. Alright, no Naked Queller. They have land, they do, so they could have Coco now. We obviously want to jam this Greasefang. We don't have anything to do with it. Or to do to it if they have a counterspell. I think what I'm going to do is slow roll a little here. Play Wayfinder, see if we can't dig up some stuff. Ooh, or they were thinking about trying to counter this. Interesting. Okay, this is actually nice. They can't stay away on Greasefang. They'll counter it either through Spellqueller or Moss Wanderer. And then we can play Greasefang and then play our tap land and then can't stay away. Do all the things over time here. Keep setting up more and more angles. Alright, they hit Queller. Down to 2 cards though. So we get to just play Greasefang, play tap land. Unfortunately, the flashback of Can't Stay Away isn't going to work out. With this Moz Wanderer on 2. But you can always find push or things like that. Decay, whatnot. Alright. Them not to have a Coco or a Queller here. I don't think they would have Coco'd if they just had the Queller, to be honest, though. You wouldn't want to risk dying. Yes, they would. Or they have another Coco. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. If they had the Queller, why would you risk not hitting it on the Coco? I guess because you had this to counter anyway, so I guess that makes sense. Alright, we're dead. Right. Play C's, just try and get around the Quellers, but for the most part, I'm not too scared of Queller. This hand's great. As long as this finds a vehicle or a Fiend's Informant. They could get under us. Has turn 3 potential. You know how I love turn 3 potential. Anything with turn 3 potential. Big fan. Okay, I'll play one of these on green. Find myself to do that. Alright, no 1-drop's great for us. This now. We miss on lands, but we do hit a boat and a chariot. Missing on a land there is a little awkward because I would have liked to have been able to curve Greasefang into chariot. There's no 2-drop. Oh, that's the only 2-drop in their deck that mattered there. Huh. Rude. Rude AF. Play 2 of these in the sideboard. Happy Wednesday. Thanks, Micah. Appreciate you. That's gross. And we also only hit exactly 2. Feel rude. Well, we've got dealer's choice here, but it's not going to get through this. Like I said, missing on that 4th land drop gonna be a problem because now we don't just have chariot to run through them. But if we find a 4th land here, we can just go chariot, chariot, and just try and run them out the old-fashioned way, the fair way. Nope, get to die. Unlucky. No land in the top 15. Alright. Well, we are on a cold one today with Greasefang. You show up, I lose. Micah, how can you do me like this? We finished out a 4-1 with Bant Spirits. Can't be too mad. Die a sad death with Greasefang. 4-1 because I wasn't watching. Oh no. The curse of Micah. Alright, well. Back. Dream is they just like play a spell queller to crew this, but they should never ever ever crew this. Thinking about. Alright, I think they have a queller maybe? Illuminator. Why wouldn't you just this then? That just means they don't get to anything else. I think they get instant. They have 1 instant in their deck, so oh, should have let that resolve. That's okay. We're playing loose from frustration. Get you every once in a while. Alright. I am good. You got us, opponent. Greasefang ways. Sometimes it's hot, sometimes it's not. Alright, we'll bounce back. While we're in queue, we can do our chess puzzles for the day. Alright, black to move. We have this spot. I think we just want to isolate. Keep any 7 versus. Good name, good name. It's a good hand. I've watched all the games so far, so you can do the math. Oh no. Tom out here burying us. Quite. Quite like the matchup into blue-white. Take the Wandering Emperor. Veto isn't very scary against us. I'd like to draw a card. Run out a portable hole here. Chose not to. Okay. Well, I'm gonna beat you to death. How's that sound? In a video game, of course. Well, we have our backup plan established. They draw Verdict. Showing his dark side. Always. Attack. We always kinky out here, Sam. That's how it works. Nice. Alright, against blue-white, we our dresses, decays, and trophies. Lily's great. Wayfinder can go down. Boat can go down. Bloom Command can go. Call it a day. Never didn't have it. Oh yeah. That's the weirdest thing to me about Greasefang is that like when you're on it, like when your hands look good, when your mills look good, things like that. It's one of the like just outright best decks in the format. It's your average hands, the ones that are just like not turn 3ing people that always make me skeptical about the deck, especially as people put better hate cards in their sideboard that make turn 3ing harder and harder. But I do quite like this matchup in general. I could play Rip, but we have an answer. Pass. Salvage here is a little awkward because they have veto and censor and all these things. Wait a second. I don't know if I'm going to cast this here. I think I will. Yeah, because we want to do this. Big mix of Lilianas and no Lilianas. I definitely like Liliana. You don't have to go like 3 copies, but I think you do want some number of Lilianas. Veto our Thoughtseize, and we get to sneak through a Parhelion. Yeah, I like Liliana. I don't think you need to max out on it. Is that field a strip mine? It should have 1 basic. Most of the Greasefang lists have had 1 basic. They have a removal spell. The ultimate punish. Hey, how's it going, Jose? Nice to see you, friend. Opponent also thinks it's a strip mine. It's not. I appreciate the effort, opponent. Hold a card. Alright, well. We're in a little bit of trouble here. Grab Rafine's Informant here. I've seen the stream on YouTube. Yeah, we're doing some multi-streaming. It's been working out well. Hasn't been causing too many problems, so I think we're gonna do this for the future. Always like to explore new options. You're just tapping out, huh? No respect. Alright, let's find a Greasefang, huh? You're not a Greasefang at all. Alright, well. Making our way through. Got plenty of answers. Teferi? Alright, well. We're gonna kill that. No Teferis here, please. We're getting close to just can't staying away a Wayfinder to try and find another can't stay away target. Salvage. Take the Informant. Play the Informant. We're just overloading on Informants here. Stay away. And we we're through so many cards. Where are Greasefangs at, fam? They exiled one of them. We got 25 cards left, so there's 3 left in 25. But we are applying a pressure enough to force a verdict here. The problem becomes if they can verdict and then we still don't have the Greasefang. We're also just dead to Farewell. Pretty unconditionally here. We could actually hard cast Barhellion with 3 in the yard. Alright. I'd like to rebuy a Rafine's Informant, please. Greasefang time. Yeah. Absorb. We're through 1 can't stay away. Yeah, so we have 2 can't stay aways, 2 Greasefangs. Like I said, excuse me. Like I said, we're just trying to get him dead before a verdict or a farewell comes down here. Well. They didn't shock, so that's nice of them. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Your turn to shine, Parhellion. Zephyr. No. Suspect we're not winning this. Okay. Something tells me. Alright, well. Very down. The Deluge? That's also pretty bad for us, yeah. Deluge, unfortunately, gonna probably end this game. Cycle Sensor, sure. the interest of not watching Teferi grind us to a pulp, I'm gonna end the game. Can't stay away, I guess, was a reasonable draw out there, but I feel like it's very likely, since they haven't had to do anything, they have counter spells in hand, but could have taken one more draw. I'm perfectly fine with dying there. So I think on the play for game 3 is where we want to be anyway. All right. Get to hopefully leverage some Liliana here. Wayfinder, it's your turn. All right, we found that the Parhelion. Okay, so they can have a sensor, but they can't have anything else. Well, I will get censored. We have this Takanuma to buy it back. Alas, so close. All right. Oh. They're light on lands, and we're about to Liliana them. That's bad for them. Excuse me. Oh, sorry. Couldn't cover my mic in time. The sneezes that sneak up on you, and they're the toughest. The the effect of Liliana in this kind of matchup. We'll get to Takanuma and then Thoughtseize Greasefang. A Fateful Apparition? No, Foretold, okay. We did it. We found a way to beat blue-white. And dude, my throat is not happy with me today. Not sure why, but alas. Alright. We're doing black to move. So we have this covered. Doing this doesn't do anything. Doing this doesn't do anything. Yeah, we're supposed to threaten this. Does that make sense? No, we're not supposed to do that. Anyway? Okay. Done. Oh, we just lock this out. Yeah. I was looking too straightforward. Alright. We're hoping this is a fair matchup, because if it is, we're in good shape. If it's an unfair matchup, bad shape. I don't know why it's fairish. This Witherbloom command killing this will be quite nice, though. We always need a Thoughtseize. Any good 2-drop. I lied. We're gonna take a good 3-drop instead. Brave will be a pain, but okay. Well, I guess killing this is still fine. Mill, kill. Didn't hit anything, huh? Bad. Another one? How rude. We are getting dangerously close to just getting killed. Alright, well we found a chariot, but still no Greasefang. Cast Brutal Cathar. Takes 6 down to dead. Nice. We lose this game on the back of them drawing back-to-back lieutenants. way that goes. Very frustrating, but that's mono white for you. Sometimes they just draw their back-to-back lieutenants and we die. Alright, push, decay. Nazis goes out. Out, trophy can come in. Mono white remains one of the more frustrating decks to play against. Sometimes that just happens. Alright. Removal spell, we have a way to fuel our graveyard. Can't stay away to buy stuff back. Oh, that one doesn't die to this. It does die to that though, but we're gonna focus on our game plan first here. Alright, Chariot in the yard's not bad. But nothing doing here. Block to put the yard since we have extra can't stay aways. They would have played a 2-drop if they had a 2-drop first, other than Thought. Fine. So we're gonna destroy gain life. Because we can't have it stay there. We're just gonna boat him. Boat him. Well, that's gonna make boat a lot more expensive. One of those decks I can never seem to figure out the interaction time on. It's tricky. Mostly you need to be interacting as early as possible. It's really hard and just keeps being strange. Yeah, it's tough to line things up against Greasefang because they have a lot of ways to attack from different angles. But really it just comes down to their speed of this. Well, we need to draw some creatures or some mill effects. Can't say ways. Okay, well. Opponent finding 2 rest in pieces, pretty rough for us. Alright, well, Naked Lieutenant's not too scary. Sure. Alright, 1 land away from boat. How's it going, Mikey? Greasefang is not proving very impressive to us today. Died to a lot of everything. Still pretty confident with Greasefang being a little bit lowered at the moment, but we've also fought on some tough positions. Well, we're on the board. They can fly over with Cave, but if we draw a land at any point in the near future that comes in untapped, we have our boat. Sure. That Cathar is brutal. Now we need to draw a land to stop this from flipping. Although it still dies flipped, so it's not. I will happily offer this trade. If you have a Brave the Elements, fine. Ganjo, sure. Main's fine. Alright. Yeah, the deck's powerful. It just as people play more dedicated hate, are less impressive. Like to kill your lieutenant, please. Go. Roots does not eat anything. Sure. Kill this. Have a basic plains. Yeah, people definitely play a ton of Graveyard Hate and Pioneer, but it's mainly because there's so many viable decks that use Graveyard, right? Treasure Cruise, Greasefang, just a lot of cards that use the Graveyard Pioneer. This on the assumption that if they have multiple Rest in Pieces, a little bit more against it. No, not a bad hand. Not super fast, but it does have Wayfinder and Rafine's Informant as means to get us to these hardcast chariots. No one drop's good for us. What they have. Hit us with a rip. Oh yeah, okay. Alright, we're looking for a land. Found one. Nice, nice. The best deck in Modern doesn't play from the graveyard. Also true. Yeah, a lot of the best decks don't play from the graveyard. We don't want to expose our Greasefang to a brutal Cathar here. Ugh, that's brutal. They could just take the Rafine's Informant. Actually, taking the Greasefang is a little bit sus to me. Because, like, our hand is so bad without Rafine's Informant here, I think. Yeah, we can just find another one. That back, I guess. I board and rip for Ren. That's probably aggressive. Then again, I'm not modern aficionado, but that feels aggressive to me. All right. They can't play Rest in Peace anymore. All right, well, we get to Parhelion them. We want to trade off our white creature here. Or not trade off, but throw away our white creature so we have an extra color. Because this is going to be white and so is the Parhelion. Yeah, turning off Ren is good. I don't know if that's worth a whole card. The question I run into there, but like I said, I am not as well versed there specifically. Yeah. Adeline. Okay. Okay. No cards in hand. Is there a ringing in your background? I hear it whenever you speak. Oh, there is. I think there's vacuuming going on downstairs. Double block here. Kills the Thalia. Lets us Wayfinder and salvage here. Alright, we get a ton of looks at anything to mill here. Alright, we hit something at least. Take it. Play with confidence and have a plan. It's a reasonable strategy. Copy an angel. True. Yeah, should have done that. It's fair. I'm so used to just copying and cap. Yeah, we just copy an angel there. It's better. We have 2 white creatures as well. Sam's going to a tough RCQ this weekend, to be fair. No cakewalk. Okay. We'll chalk up a lot to Morning Brain. We'll live. My go-to plan is always don't lose. Same. Does wonders. Boat comes in tapped. Rude. Or the land comes in tapped. So we can trade here, but then we die. Yeah, we just pass. We win next turn, so let's just not die. Be our stratagem. Token of Angel, why not? Because I missed that. That does happen. As we clarified, sometimes I do make mistakes too. What could wreck me? How could I avoid it? A solid plan. Yes, we have clarified. No, we would want the extra angel to have an extra white creature. Alright. Jump. Alright, we win this turn with boat. Well, not anymore. We could trade off here and then use boat. Make another angel. Get a bunch of cats here. Still probably good enough. We can copy the angel here. Old, I guess it doesn't matter. We're gonna use the one that comes back. Get our loop going. So I guess if we just keep this one, not something sick anyway. Then we just guarantee have another thing in the graveyard for next turn. Alright. Copy the angel. They have to trade off. And we have another angel kicking around. They can eat the chariot, but that's fine. Out of block. They could have actually stood up the cave and blocked if they wanted to do it that way. Kept their spellbinder. So that it would outsize eventually. Yeah, we're live on YouTube as well. Doing some multi-streams this week. Also allows it a lot easier to just like have the VOD up on YouTube then. So if people prefer the YouTube player, which like I prefer the YouTube player, there's no ads and stuff too. It makes life a lot easier. At least when it's live, but as far as like people using it for the VODs, it's often a little bit easier, and it makes it easier for people to find the VODs the next day. Plus, if there's certain decks you enjoy versus not others, makes what's last. It should say in the description. It should say in the description. Let me see if I messed it up. Yeah, it ends the stream for the day. We also have a community challenge. Somebody mentioned a Space Jace cosplay for Space Jason. So if we hit 100,000 community points in the next month, we'll do a Halloween 10-hour, or it might not be on Halloween day, but it'll be around Halloween 10-hour cosplay stream. Yeah, that was a great suggestion. Appreciate it, Mikey. This. Bring back Chariot. Own some cats. New Angel. Again, now we also have a Skyship, so we have colorless. So we have 2 white blockers, a ton of green blockers, and a colorless blocker. I'll be in Vegas for Halloween. Jang Pioneer. It seems like it's sweet. I do quite enjoy trips to Vegas, but Magic 30 was not quite my vibe. But I'll be excited to watch Worlds. We'll probably do a little co-streaming of Worlds, maybe. Maybe I'll brush up on my standard for it. Debating on the modern main event for SCG Dallas Fort Worth. I mean, if you're going, excuse me, if you're going to it, I would always play it, but depends how far the trip is, because now they don't really queue for anything. It does become kind of just a big tournament for cash, which is not nothing. Something about my throat today. Thoughts on Terrace under the sideboard? Definitely a good idea. I got conned. I live in Dallas, so no. Yeah, I like Terrace Under a lot. Probably would replace some number of Assassin's Trophies, if not all of them. If I could save that for Vegas, fair. Ooh, we have a turn 3. We're not on the play, though. Yeah, I definitely like Terrace Unders in the sideboard. I think this list is doing a smart thing in adding in ways to deal with Leyline, but yeah, I think Terrace Under is a better one. If I'm being completely honest. Not a big trophy fan overall. All right, we'll play our tap land, then we'll play Courtyard. Looks like we're up against Bushwhacker, the same special. We should be able to be alive for turn 4, hopefully. This looks like an Emissary. I mean, Rafine's Informant's going to get in the way of something. Okay, well now we might die. Okay, it's Akari instead of a Bushwhacker. We're probably going to see turn 4. As long as we see turn 4, I'm confident we win. Decks and Swarmers don't actually play basics. A lot of them play like 1 basic, right? Like we're playing 1 basic. The problem is that the vast majority of aggro decks are monocolored, or mostly monocolored, so field isn't good against them. And then the control decks all play multiple basics, so the only decks you really get to like get per se are kind of decks like this that play a really low basic count. All right, 2, 4, 7, 8, 11. All right, well, we die. That play with fire not letting us trade off here is going to be a real problem, huh? All right, well, if we survive this turn, we'll have 2 blockers, go block, take 3, 4, 5. We need them not to have an Atarkus command or play with fire. Yeah, like this deck plays one basic. A lot of decks don't play many basics. Alright, well, we have Liliana to get this back in the graveyard. We played our lands correctly, so we don't have to shock. We have Takenuma too. Alright, tap land's good. We're dead to Atarkus command. Are we dead to play with fire? We go to 6. We take 3, 4, 6. Yeah. Okay, we're not dead to Phoenix Chick, but we win. Phoenix Chick can't block, so we get to win. Love that for us. So we go block, block, take 3, 4, 5, 6, go to 2. Hey, we did it. Alright, decay, push, Thoughtseize, Liliana, 1 trophy. Good enough. We just need to kill things efficiently as possible. Well, that was a good one to have a turn 3 on, because we were dead on turn 4. Well, this hand is the same hand, except we're gonna salvage instead of Rafine's Informant on 2. Hopefully we find it. So honestly, even a Chariot's pretty good. Hey Sky, I was thinking of playing a Teamer Tempo style deck like Teamer Delver or something similar in Pioneer. Do you have any lists? Teamer Tempo would be tough. The closest I can think of is there's been like the Bergy Teamer combo decks. But Teamer Tempo is tough. As far as the Tempo decks go, you're more likely to be Bant just off the basis of Spellqueller and things like that. But I'm trying to think if I've seen any Teamer. Yeah, it's mostly just been the Teamer Bergy lists that are more combo than they are tempo. Wish I could be of more help. Iconoclast. Bergy is fun. I like Bergy a lot more in Explorer than I do in Pioneer, but it has some absurdly high highs. Teach me how to tutor always Parhelion, Greasefang, and Informant in the first hand, please. Well, if you saw the first couple matches of the day, you would know that we don't have that ability. This has been a new revelation in this match. Yeah, blue-red Pyromancer is the closest. You just aren't playing green, unfortunately, for being teamer. We're still also in a rough way. Parhelion. True. Attack. All right. We have lethal on the table. They have no cards in hand. Their only out is a Tarkus command. Hey, there we go. We had back-to-back turn 3s. We did it. We did the Greasefang thing. And as per usual, hey, double bad planeswalkers. Love to see. As usual, we manage a 3-2 as is tradition. All right, we'll run it back, see if we can improve. Man, we have a real habit of going on 3-win streaks, so there's at the beginning or the end of a league. We gotta find a 4th and a 5th win. Yeah, that was some copium. Just hit all the best hands there against a matchup that should theoretically be faster than us. Racer Man. Okay. Okay. I can mess with this hand. Pretty good. Oh, we're up against blue-white? Great. Generally a very good matchup. Blue-red Pyromancer deck looks nice. Do you think I can splash green for some cards? I think it's... the thing is, you could definitely do it. Whether or not that makes the deck better is questionable, but I think it's a situation where like if you're looking to play it like F&M and things, you could definitely add green, 100%, and it would be no problem. I also think it's just a matter of like the teamer mana base is a little bit tough, so you just have to make sure you're not putting yourself in a position where you don't have the tools to cast your spells. We're just gonna loot here. Get rid of a Seiju. We want to slow play this a little bit so that they have to answer these. Now that we have 2 Greasefangs and a Liliana, we are going to start jamming a little bit. Dark for 1. How rude. That's fine. Our goal now is to jam every turn from now to the end of time. Oh, that makes it much easier. Look at that. We get to be Greasefang today. We get to Thoughtseize our opponent. And they get to go, oh shit, what do I do? Do I counter this? Do I not counter this? Oh no, they absorbed it. Back a Chariot. Immediately we have board position, which is great. It's no Parhelion, but we'll take it. We have a verdict. 2. You can just jam this this Chariot here. If we had another white source, we could do both of these, but we don't, so we'll jam a Chariot here. We also have a Can't Stay Away for later. Get that in there. Tension Sphere. That's... What do they hit? Hitting the cats is a little bit sus. It does work. They probably have a Dovin's Veto. I wager here. Agree on the Pyromancer take? Yeah. Okay, well now we can do kind of everything we want. This. I want to play Greasefang so that we can through here. Let's each discard. I'm going to discard this Takanuma. Oh, Farewell is the last card. There is a Drake stack too, to be fair. I'm going to plus. Behold the Trillion Verse. Okay. Alright, bring in Duress. Trophy. Get rid of Witherbloom command. Boats. So I guess boat's fine. Get rid of one of these. There we go. Lots of good blue-red decks. The best part of Pioneer is being 2 colors. Yeah, usually in Pioneer, you're either one color splashing a second color, straight 2 colors, or 5 colors. 3 and 4 colors are often a little bit in the wonky place mana base wise, and that'll get fixed soon as we get the other pain lands and the other fast lands, but usually you end up in a spot where like tempo wise you want to be between 1 and 2 colors or 5 colors. Which again is a weird thing when you look at the context of like a format, but generally speaking, I think that's where the format lanes to. Well, it's just the fact that like Pioneer is a fast enough format that you don't want to be playing too many tap lands, so then you end up in the spot where like you can't afford to play a full set of like triomes, so then you're your like mid game is a little bit awkward. Yeah, Esper Control is a really good example of it, where it's just like, is this good enough to justify a third color? Nice. Parhelion in the yard. I realized that forced my Mardu deck to be more a splash in places. Yeah, that's the mana based situation is very odd, but it is pretty, I think, universally agreed upon that like Pioneer's mana is just awkward enough that you do end up in a spot where you don't necessarily want to just always be going to a third color. I would like to jam this Liliana of the Veil, please. Gonna counter it. Absorb. Fine. Talking about 5 colors, my obligatory request for Niv to light is due. That's a Claudio special. I've played a lot of Niv in my life, but I don't know if it's something I want to be doing right now. But I can be convinced of most things. Gotta give the crowd what they want? No, no. No, no. One of my favorite quotes of all time is the Rick and Morty, I've seen what you clap for. We don't give in. Alright, we'll take a backup Greasefang here. Why not Niv? It's just medium against so much of the field. It is a deck that takes a very long time to play, and it does everything mediocrely for the most part. That is my problem with it. Ask for the charge back on that sub. True. Like I said, I've played a lot of Niftalite. I've top 8'd challenges with Niftalite. It's just not that exciting of a deck. Your boos mean nothing. I've seen what you cheer for. Oh yes. But it has Dragon. The Dragon is nice. You want to talk about a card that goes over the top of everything. Dragon's pretty good. The problem is it doesn't go over the top of green, though. Doomscar, huh? It almost does the binding now? I don't know if I buy that. It's certainly closer. That's fair. But I don't know if I buy that it goes over the top of green because of binding. Getting an extra clue is kind of sweet. You think they know they have a strip mine ready to go here? Another one. Thought coming, sure. Draw one card here. Okay, pass. I agree. You certainly cannot. Joda, yeah, Joda is definitely jammed in. It's interesting, but it's definitely jammed in a little bit. Mine number 1 has landed. Alright, well, we took out their threat, so everybody's low on threats now. We're just a can't stay away. Yeah, you can remind me, it's fine. We don't need that much mana. Fine. Castle. 2. Crack this. He can't stay aways. Skill and ease, boys. Skill and ease. Had so many green decks just top deck one singular card and run away with the game. Yeah, the mono green deck is so the way I put it a lot is like Rakdos forces decks to go really late. You want to be like aiming for like turn 12. But Mono green forces you to do the opposite. You really need to be like killing them now. Like right now. Oh, that's kind of brutal. But that's their last card. Um, and so it makes this weird dichotomy where the format is kind of stretched in two directions, where you either go really low to the ground like mono white or spirits, or you go really over the top. But if you go really over the top, you're weak to green. If you go really low to the ground, you're weak to Rakdos. So you're kind of put in this position where you got to choose what you want to beat and try to make your sideboard work with the other things. I know what I said before, but I want to rip any copy of Storm the Festival I see to bits. Oh no. Alright, it's Wayfinder time. See if we can't find a another thing. If not, we're looking for lands just to hardcast these Parhellions. We didn't find anything. Card's still in an unhealthy number of games. It is true. It is a scary, scary card, unchecked. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, we can hardcast these Parhellions starting next turn. Just ripping board. One less storm. There you go. All right, well, Wandering Emperor is a pain. What do they hit? They go after the Greasefang. That's fine. I accept your terms. Blow up this. I don't think we... opponent's doing fine, right? Like they have... We're in that part of the game where it's not unreasonable for them to find a modicum of things to do. We also can just can't stay away Greasefang if need be here. A 1/1, sure. Plus the 1/1. Informant. Can't stay away Greasefang. So we shocked there in case they had a Censor as their last card. They drew an Absorb as their last card. Mystical Dispute. Sheesh. Well, okay. Rude, but okay. Back water. That's fine. We have this this Takanuma. We'll buy back a Greasefang and do it the old-fashioned way. Yeah, they're in the waiting room. The problem is that waiting room is getting shorter and shorter because they actually need to draw counter spells. We're about to just keep jamming. That feel when you board in 3 mana counter spell. Oh no, they found a counter spell. How rude. Well, they may have found a counter spell. Either the 4 mana draw 2 or the counter spell. But they've already used the Saw It Coming, which makes me think it's the draw cards. They're debating what to do with Wandering Emperor because we can get around the 2/2 and just kill the Wandering Emperor. And we're gonna force them to have a counterspell right here anyway. Ooh, straight up just exile, gain 2. I'm fine with that. Greasefang. Buy back Parhellion. Back. Nope. We're gonna Assassin's Trophy this 1/1 for lethal. Nope. No blocking. Sure. Why not? All right, that is generally how I expect that matchup to go. Is you're generally pretty favored into blue-white because you just keep applying pressure unilaterally, and they have to counter so much. I mean, if one thing sticks, like one chariot, it's suddenly tough. Like one Liliana, one chariot. We're up against the most generic Magic player to ever have lived. Magic player 103758. Wanted to hardcast Parhelion. True. We were very close to doing it. It's just unfortunately some better things came along. Alright, well this hand's fire. We just need this Wayfinder to flip something. Or we need to draw up a Rafine's Informant. Oh, this is the mono white nonsense deck, huh? Sure. Pretty sure this is the mono white Yorian Karn deck that Claudio and Harry have been playing. We will see. Yep. Confirmed. Portable hole gone. Ooh. Mono white Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Classic archetype. True. Just put good cards in your deck. It's really that simple. Play the good cards, don't play the bad cards. We're gonna salvage. They don't play elves, so they don't get the ability to play a Karn early. Arming Prince, land. And salvage, please. Well, we found a chariot, but we'll take it. It's not the one we want, but it's the one we'll take. Oop. An unladen swallow. Did anyone try Terra Sunder and Greasefang sideboards? It started to see a little bit of play. I imagine as as people develop more and more on the strategy, it'll continue to see play. It is a very strong card, so I would not be shocked to see it start to pick up and play. Especially because it deals with Leyline of the Void so effortlessly. Alright, well, we're just gonna do this. Try and find another Greasefang. Do. Nice. Back for 6. We can crack us back for 8. They know we have another Greasefang kicking around. We can Wayfinder plus Greasefang next turn to try and find a Parhelion. If they no block, it does give us a... Yeah, this gives us an out to just win with Parhelion. Certainly one of the better options against the Leyline. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Right, this makes 5 mana. Paragon, sure. Portable hole. Take a beat. Alright, Rafine's Informant. Oh, alright. Find a Parhelion. We did it. We're skilled gamers. See the Deadpool trailer? I did. It looked really good. Mainly because I'm a big fan of Hugh Jackman as Wolverine too, so can't be mad at that. It's just lethal because they take 8 no matter what, and then they take an extra 4. We have deployed. Alright, mono white Karn thing. We want this Assassin's Trophy. Corrupt Decay. Push. Thoughtseizes can go, Liliana's can go. Since we're boarding in this many, I think we can cut the Witherbloom commands too. Teach me how to test for an event?
So realistically, if your goal is to like win an event and test for it, the best thing you can do, like option one, best thing you can do, have a dedicated group of more skilled than you players who will test specific matchups, specific sideboard um, decisions, and continually discuss why you're making the decisions you're making, sideboarding, deck building, play, etc. That's obviously difficult to do. Next best is to uh, do the same thing, but it's basically just you playing against online. So like in these matches, you'd go back, you'd review your matches, you sort of figure out your sideboarding plans, try and be as consistent as possible, break down your lines, break down their play, things like that. So you're basically doing the full VOD review of all your matches in the same way. Third way, and this is something I did a lot in college, is you just play both sides of a matchup, right? Like it's the old like you can do it on a lot of methods, but it's the old you put both decks down and you play both sides and you do your best to play as optimally as possible from both sides and figure out what cards matter, what lines matter, what feels the worst from each side and go from there. But that's always been my approach to it of how to try and test for events. And like I said, it's dependent on a lot of things, especially your play group if you have one or whatnot. But I consume a ton of content, mainly Twitch streams that work well in the past. Yeah, like the thing is, you don't have to play as much. I think playing is a great thing to do, but is often a deterrent or not a deterrent, a detriment because if you don't play optimally or don't do the review after you play, you lose a lot of value. You don't actually have to jam ever, but usually it's determined on what your natural skill level is. The less confident you are just in general play patterns, the more you need to play, or if a deck is specific to that deck, right? Like if I wanted to play mono white humans and I played 100 games of humans in modern, I have some idea of what I'm doing. Obviously, it's not like 1-to-1, but I have some idea. But if I try to play Lotus Field after playing 100 games of 1,000 games of Ad Nauseum, that's not quite the same. People also generally have different skill sets, right? Like I know some people who are big jammers and some people who are theory crafters. It just depends on how you best learn. There's no one answer. The best answer is to find what you find success with and then just replicate it. Hey, we're up against Big Key. Watcher of the stream. We had a nice turn 3 win there. They didn't have any interaction for us. Now we get to fight. All right, I'm going to keep this. We have a lot of ways to mill over. As far as skill level, I'm probably second worst in the game, right ahead of Mike Yopkins. Ooh, how rude. The dagger's coming out in chat. Well, we're all here to get better. That's the main driving force, right? I look at content as a means of entertainment and a means of improvement, and that those are the two categories you want to be looking at it from. So we could kill the cat, but we're gonna save this for an oven. Well, we're gonna miss on lands. Luckily, we're not in dire need. I'm here to watch you win. Oh, you poor child, Micah. My sweet summer child. We don't do a lot of that here. I've always found my Magic Online record to be much worse than my in paper record. So anyone who's here to watch me win is probably disappointed comparatively. Spiked to RCQ with a meme modern deck, and so far my Pioneer prep has been 30 matches of mono white and watching Twitch. I mean, that's perfectly fair. I have done a lot of Magic the Gathering prep on the basis of just vibing and just like watching other people do the work for me. Like I said, I always say that like use my time effectively, right? I am doing a service such that you're able to just watch someone else put in the reps, and that sometimes is good enough. I missed out on doing mana traders because I just couldn't make myself grind out the games. Fair. I've never done the mana trader. I think I've done it once. It's just not my thing. The prizes are too low value without a subscription, and I work with Cardhoarder, so it's not something I can like flip to make worthwhile, and the time commitment just isn't worth it to me. Part of me wants to phone it in and just do whatever Ginger's doing. That's also fair. I've cashed Grand Prix by just playing a deck guide, like just picking up a deck guide off of CFB and being like, I'm gonna just listen to Corey Burkhart. Whatever he says is gospel, and we're gonna board the way he boards, and you're gonna play the way he plays, and good enough, right? You're not gonna win the tournament most likely that way, but you can do well. Like I said, I cashed, and I think I was liable to do better if I had played a little tighter. Blue Black Flash certainly stole a few games from people because they didn't expect how it was. Yeah, the benefit of brewing is that you are at an advantage in that your opponents are almost certainly less familiar with your deck than you are. I love Red Black Sack. It's sad the Devotion matchup's so terrible. True. I also wish the Devotion matchup's gotten better since they moved away from Oni Cult Anvil, but it's still just not good. You gotta hit just the right sequences, and you'd much rather be playing Rakdos instead of Sacrifice. Rakdos mid-range. Bunch of people who don't play as much Magic. It's fair. Yeah, you don't have to win. You just got a top 48 to queue for the Pro Tour, but you know, we don't have to set our goals any lower than we want to, right? Like, yeah, I'd love to queue for the Pro Tour, but my goal is to win the tournament whenever I step into the ring, right? Like for the RC, my goal is to win the tournament, qualify for Worlds. Obviously, that's not your day one goal. Your goal is day one, show up well prepared, etc. Day two, and then once you're on day two, you can, adjust your goals, etc. They got a Cauldron Familiar back. How rude. We are going to have to kill that oven. My body's ready for 49th in Atlanta. Hey, there's no shame in 49th. 49th is still a good finish. It's just a little bit sad. A little bit sad. Do I have a Fatal Push here? My nerves get to me far too quickly. I was once 3-1 at my LGS, and it's the best I've ever done. Nerves are something you can't control, but it's something you can work on, right? You can't make yourself be more comfortable in those situations, but the more often you're in those situations, the more confident and comfortable you'll be. It's like feature matches at a Grand Prix, right? Everyone's uncomfortable their first couple matches, for sure. But like, sometimes pressure makes you play better, and sometimes it makes you play worse, and it's about understanding yourself and understanding how to leverage that. My goal is to win round one so I can be an RC match winner instead of RC participant. Yo, that's taken the step-by-step goals to the extreme. I love it. But I respect it. My first match I played at the Pro Tour was the same way. I was like, okay, I need one win. One win and I can at least go home. But then the problem becomes you get one win and then you get 2 wins and you're like, oh, now I want to keep going. I play tournaments for fun, not to win, and that helped with my mindset. Totally. We talked about it earlier, but Magic isn't a one size fits all game. Why you play is absolutely relevant to how you prepare, how you approach matchups, how you do everything. There's no shame in just playing for fun. And I think people sometimes forget that it's okay to just play for fun. That's not a Greasefang at all. Alright, we'll take the Rafine's Informant, though. Black. Let's gain 2 and destroy. Destroy this. They lose 2. What's your favorite deck / play style? I know people are getting sick of it, but I'm a sucker for Red Black Midrange. Red Black Midrange is great. I'm a big fan of Mono Green Devotion. I like combo decks like Lotus Field. Things like that. I still do well and play a good deck. Yeah, I mean, I think that's totally fair. Gotta play to win every time, all the win. You will burn out, friend. I know because I have been there. You will burn out in a hot second, and it is not a good fun time. I remember chasing the Pro Tour. I was very close to silver on points. And that burns you out real fast. I can tell you. Boat. Fun, is that some new spike tech I've missed? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That is the mightiest of tech. Only get tilted when I punt, not when opponents are getting lucky. That's a really healthy and good mindset. It's just really hard to maintain it. I think a lot of people go in being like, okay, I'm not gonna get mad. I'm gonna just focus on my play. My opponents don't matter. And it's a really great idea. Like, honestly, it's the correct mentality. I just think most people go in with a mentality like that if they can, and then like round 7 playing for day 2 or whatever, that's where it hurts. That's where it hurts. It's real hard to keep that up. And I say that as someone who, again, would love to play that way. Alright, we died to the second claim. Damn. I get tilted every time I play a game of Magic. Well, we don't want to go that far. Everyone has that mentality and their opponent top deck heroes them. It's I love the who is it? It's was it Mike Tyson who said everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth? That's always been my thought on it. Is like everyone has a great idea, a great plan. And then you walk face first into a tough situation where you have to actually swallow that pill. And it's hard. It's hard, man. Oh no, the spammers are back on YouTube. Ban them. There we go. Now they're gone. I mean, my lax attitude starts to row once I'm in top 8. Yeah, like that's, again, I think it's fine to go in with that attitude, and it's really great to actually approach with that attitude, but it's hard to maintain when the chips are on the table. It's also fine if you get tilted once in a while, as long as you just brush it off swiftly. Yeah, I mean, getting tilted is a human emotion. It's totally fine to get tilted. What you don't want to do is make your opponent uncomfortable, make other people uncomfortable in the area, take it out on other people. What you want to do is be okay with the idea that maybe you need to fume for a minute or go step outside, but like, that's normal. That's fine. It's when you start having it affect other people that it becomes a problem. Like my math test in college, I have a plan, I feel confident, I sit down, and whoop, there goes. I feel that. Why not leyline to stop cat? We generally are not caring about cat, right? Like when we're winning by 30 points in the air. Our goal is very much not to interact with them. We're trying to be as uninteractive as possible. So we don't want to be caring about cat for the most part, when possible. All right, we'll get rid of this decay. Misplays that take a long time to play out or running bad is not nearly as bad. Most tilting is the misplays where you immediately realize the mistake but can't take it back. Fair. All right, well, our opponent has a ley line, so we're gonna have to if that was a trophy, we would have kept it, but decay, problem. Someone at my softball game threw their bat overhand into the dugout and almost hit 2 girls and a dog. Yeah, that's bad tilt, and also, like, what are we doing here? We're playing casual softball. Let's chill out. I assume it's casual. Maybe it was for lots of money, but I only play red burn, so it's not too hard for me to misplay. Or it's hard to misplay. I've said it forever, but I think people don't give enough credit to decks like that. They actually tend to have less forgiveness to misplays. Aggro decks have way less forgiveness for misplays. You have to play pretty perfectly most of the time. Karn also shuts off crew right. Funny how many cards Karn randomly houses. Yeah, it does. It does just shut off the crew ability. That's why the decks have started to play more copies of Skyship, because you can just kill Karn, and then even if you can't crew, it enters and still shoots Karn down usually. Once Rattle changed an unrevolted fatal push on a spell color with another 3 lands and a queller in hand, opponent untaps and languishes you. Oh, that's gross. That's a gross one. You hate to see that. Alright, well, we're just gonna play this out and be set. That was immediate. Why did I do that? That hurts. Burn isn't easy to master as basically every other deck. Easier to pick up and mastering a different thing. Yeah. Aggro decks in general tend to have a real like easy to pick up, hard to master feel, and that tends to mean that the best players on those decks see tons of success, but like the average player will pick up Burn, O2 drop because they miss 5 points of damage, and then call the deck bad. And it's unfortunate that that's often the case. A Joe Blank, huh? Alright. Joseph A. Blank. Alright, let's drain 2 and destroy. Kill this, drain 2. Red never bad, Copium. Red is often bad, but it's never unplayable. I think that's the actual line. Red never unplayable, but definitely is bad sometimes. Oh, my Rafine's Informant. Wanted that. Alright, well, our goal is to attack them to death, I suppose. Not a great goal against this deck in particular. But they have 1 card in hand, they're down to 8 life. Devil. We want to do this because we have Finder, Fiend's Informant. Yeah. 4/3 Giga Chad. Oh yeah. We're just chatting it up. Now we got 3/2s. Battle. Red scared me. My first time playing Standard was Ultra, my LGS was not very cool and just kind of slamming with several red decks. Yeesh. That's a beating. But everyone's got to learn that punishment every once in a while. I once didn't cast my castable Ulamog to top 8 of GP and lost. Oh no. That's brutal. Not many ways around that one, friend. That's just a brutal beat. Alright, well. We're going to attack for lethal. They're going to stand this up and trade, and we're going to be in a position where no one has anything, and it's first to draw wins. Red keeps formats honest. True. Does often. Playing blue-black Amass at the time. Oh, yeah. Reed Duke, Sakenic, and BBD lost to Oliver Tamaiko. Oof. Tough. I mean, that's... Late rounds and GPs are just murderer's rows, man. Nothing like it. When the card first got spoiled, I never thought that a Mind Rot Tormod's Crypt would be such a strong card. It's true. It does so much work. It really is powerful. Surprised Twitch is still working right now as the main AWS server on the West Coast is pretty much entirely dead. I wonder how they run it server side wise. I imagine they don't end up using the same server client. We'll trade off and we'll be in danger. We're just looking for a boat or a chariot at this point, I think. What have we gotten rid of? One Parhelion. Yeah, we're just looking for one chariot. We're looking for a chariot or a boat here. Shit for my friends about not casting a card. Fair. I mean, as long as it's lovingly, I think that's perfectly fair. Another devil. Fable. Alright. Chariot or boat? For a chariot or a boat? Or another Witherbloom command, I suppose, also just gets the job done. But I think we've used them all. No, we got one Witherbloom command to draw to. All right, Witherbloom Command. We know our out. They didn't want a Mayhem Devil. Interesting. They hit us for 5. Devil would have been good. Would have threatened lethal for next turn. So I think they probably still have lethal next turn. Either way. Alright. We got one out. One out. And it is exactly Witherbloom Command number 3. What do you got for me, opponent? Yeah, I mean, we're dead next turn, so it's got to be right here. Damn. GG's. That was a beating of a Leyline trophy. Oh, that is the example. Even though we board in a bunch of answers to Leyline, that is why this deck has been falling off. Is that as more people play Leyline, it just becomes a problem. It is beating running onto Leylines, but that is the nature of playing this deck. And also I think why, again, just because of the benefit of playing Thoughtseize, Duress, etc. Leyline is so much more effective into this deck in that, you know, if you're hoping your 2-drop counters this deck, a lot of times you just get Thoughtseize and then oops, you don't have any way to stop my turn 3. Leyline is just generally, I think, the best card against the deck. Ahoy, how's it going, friend? How are you this fine morning, afternoon, or something like that? All right, we're on the draw. We got King Darian over here. Well, this hand's pretty good. It's short of Greasefang, but it has a lot of tools. Oh no, we're against green. Green is not a good matchup for us. Oh. Unless you turn 3 and they don't have a Karn. That is the exact answer. Is they need to not play a Karn. Although now with Boat you can get away with the Karn a little. Obviously we'd rather get a Parhelion back, but we'll take a Boat. Does a real good job of killing things. They have a fast start though. Not ideal. Alright, Greasefang time. Don't play the card that wins you the game. That would be the problem. I think we're just going to shoot down this twice, to be honest. Not that it makes me wonder why Abzan's become the standard version. I feel like both Mardu and Esper have better backup plan. So, I talk about this a lot. You're right that Esper and Mardu have better backup plans. The deck is not good when you're trying to use your backup plan. The reason Greasefang is playable is because it can have the optionality of turn 3ing early. You are not good as a deck, even just conceptually, if your goal is to rely on the mid game in your backup plan. The deck goes from being like a solid deck to being borderline terrible if your end goal is to leverage specifically. I'm gonna play Liliana here. If your goal is to leverage specifically the backup plan, you really do need to just be all in on your main plan. And Abzan is the best at the main plan, and that's why it sees so much play. Ooh, they're just gonna let us have this.
Storm. Alright. Storm's scary, for sure. What they find? Yora, Nykthos, and now they get unlimited mana. 3, 6, 7, 8. Not quite enough to flashback Storm, though. Worth noting. But 8 mana is a lot if you are talking about, you know, getting like a God or a statue or something. If we could just cast the Sky Sovereign, we'd be in great shape, but not. Now they get to kill our Greasefang. Oh, boat. Alright, they have no cards in hand. But they're definitely gonna Tormod script our thing here. They do have their boat first. Alright, I'm gonna have them sack a creature. Can't stay away, Greasefang. They're gonna pop Tormod script. I mean, they could just let us have it. But like, what else are we doing here? What's our plan here for not just killing this? Okay. They're like, yeah, but you don't have anything to do. We will. Here. We can kill Karn anyway. Alright, now they blow up the Tormod script. That's fine. Both attack Karn. They're gonna get to Storm again. And kill Greasefang and Liliana. Yeah, opponent did it correctly. They get to kill our Liliana, our Greasefang, and Storm off this turn. Unfortunately, we were a little bit too slow in that we hit a Chariot or a Skyship instead of a Parhelion on a really uncontested one. If we'd found a Parhelion, we would have won. Again, green is really tough if you don't find everything and then some on turn 3. We don't want to see basically anything. The only way this is fine for us is if they basically hit 2 lands. That's about it. Wolf Willow, you can hit Wolf Willows, you can hit lands, you can hit dorks. Land Old Growth Troll. Nykthos Old Growth Troll. That's bad for us. Not as bad as it could have been. Alright, well, Oath is real bad for us. And they found a Karn. That's the worst for us. Make 11. Yeah. Alright. We can go on. They can go get Godfar's statue and crew this. Okay. Okay. Trophy Duress. These. Take out those. Got some Lilianas. We just gotta be as fast as possible here. Our goal is to turn 3 combo. Alright, well. This has everything but the Greasefang. Even has a good backup plan, and we're able to Thoughtseize out a potential Karn. Yeah, oh, yeah, we're gonna take Karn. We're gonna not be greedy and take like their dorks here. Just take the card that beats us. Don't be a greedy boy. Take the elf. We can deal with that at our leisure. Alright, well. We're Greasefang away. My guess is they're gonna Oath look for a land. Our hope is that they miss on land here. Oh, they found the best land in their deck. That's unfortunate.
Play Keratin. 2, 3, 4. I do kind of want to just Liliana minus. I'm actually going to do that. Just Liliana minus here. Next turn we can salvage and can't stay away. Alright. Well, this lets us attack because they kept the Keratin. Doesn't look like blue back midrange or Bant spirits. I thought I updated. Why didn't it update? How rude. You were playing Bant spirits earlier. I'm not sure why it didn't update. There we go. Now it should be updating, whichever occurs first. Thanks for letting me know. Wither Bloom out, and seems good to pick off an elf and kill a crypt or wolfalo. Neither of those cards generally matter because you only get crypt after the Karn, which is what we're actually concerned about, right? It's one of those cards that seems like it should be good, but it is not actually doing much for you. I'll take the Wayfinder. Knock. Black, white, can't stay away. Greasefang. Plus Nazis. I'm just trolling off the content as always. Hey, I appreciate it. It does actually help me out when stuff like that goes on, so I can change the title. Certainly appreciate it. Attack. So the way I view this matchup is it's just a race where you need to use your discard outlets to hit Karn. So if they have a Cryptor or things like that, you're already kind of losing. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if they have a land, Nykthos works. They get to Storm. I'm not sure what they could find off the Storm. They could find Cavalier, but then we get another Parhelion and kill them. Seems good on this board state. We seem to be doing fine. Alright, on the draw though, do we want to change anything? I think we're fine. We just need to make sure we hit their Karns out of their hand. This hand does a great job of doing that. Yeah, this hand's perfect. This is a great shot at a turn 3 Parhelion with disruption. Turn 1 Dork. We'll start with a Thoughtseize. Yeah, we're gonna take this Kiora. Or yeah, we start with Thoughtseize in case they don't have any Planeswalkers in hand. Like now we know that this Duress has less targets unless they show us one. It missed? Oath just missed? Oh, they're in a problem. No, you don't. You take the Oath because if they just hit a land, they play the Kiora, and the Kiora is much worse for us with this hand. We want this on green, so this. Hey, we miss on land, we find a Parhelion. We have turn 3 Parhelion. They found the land, they play Old Growth Troll, we play Parhelion. Everything is as we chalked it up. Play this on black, green. This, and attack. And now we can duress ourselves if we need to put the Parhelion back in our graveyard. There we go. We have defeated our opponent. As we said, we needed to get rid of the Karns and be as fast as possible. All linear all the time. All right. It's prediction time. 4-1 or 3-2. Predictions are in there. Be sure to check out, we added some new channel point redemptions as well as a community challenge. So if we can hit 100,000 points into the community challenge, I'll do a 10-hour stream dressed up as Space Jace. near Halloween. Yes, we have pumpkin soup. Looks delicious. Throw some fresh tortilla chips on top to add some crunch. Oh, you're right. The rest is target opponent. I guess that means we should lead on. I guess we weren't thinking about thought seizing ourselves there. But yes, that was a line we need to consider. Good call. I'm used to the ability to do the modal. How do I redeem for Space Jays? There should be a community challenge in the... If you click on the channel point redemption, you should see a community challenge. There we go. Micah contributed 2K, Chance for Glory 2K. Love to see it. Yes, it lets people, I think, do 2K per day. So one person can, I think with 30 days, 2 people could fund it solo, but the idea is to have the whole community chip in. I'm not much of a cosplayer, so we'll have to see if I can make it work. But luckily, because it's near Halloween, I'm sure we can find some astronaut things. I'm big on doubting. Fair. I respect it. We are 3-2 machines this week, so I respect it. We're also playing in Sephora. Love to see it. Alright, well this hand is good with any black source. Pretty similar to butternut squash soup, just didn't have any on hand and canned pumpkin, so use that instead. Fair. Without the deck, not the player. Also fair. This hand has so many ways to do nothing and die. Oh, mulligan. How rude to see a worse hand. We make a disciplined decision and we get punished. Alright, keep this. I think we'll get rid of the chariot, and then that can't... No, we want the can't stay away. We can get rid of the wayfinder. Delicious. Oh no! Our poor Thoughtseize here. Playing the mirror. All to 5 when I bet on the win. The tilt, true. Well, we're playing the mirror, so there's that. Rid of the Thoughtseize. Alright. Who's ready for us to get turn 3'd here? Well, we get to see if our opponent also has Leyline sideboard. Rolling to 5 adds Thoughtseize to your opponent's hand according to the rules of Magic. It's true. Alright. We're not beating an Asika's Chariot here. Let's move to the sideboard game. Bring in these. Got these. Got these. Got these. Okay. Time. We're on my favorite game show, Mulligan to Leyline. Look at this perfectly acceptable hand, and away it goes. Another perfectly acceptable hand? No, thank you. Well, I think 5 is about my limit. We'll keep this 5 and be very sad if we get leylined here. This is why, because acceptable hands in the mirror do not function. This is... Yeah, unfortunately, we're all involved. All-in to leyline is good, but our opponent got to keep a 7 with a leyline, and we did not find a leyline at 5. We would have had it too. We would have had it too. Ripperoni. We would have had the turn 3. Our opponent's just doing it better. They're 4-0 with Greasefang. They found the leyline. They're just better equipped, man. The big Doubters reward stream. Doubters eating good today. Maybe we find land Leyline of the Void here. There's the land. Is it better to have a Hearse than Leyline? No. Absolutely not. Hearse is fine. Not great, though. Leyline comes down on turn 0, can't be thought seized, is much harder to interact with, and utterly destroys this deck. So much rather have Leyline. Hey, how's it going, James? The OBS have problem connecting to Twitch today? Not this morning, no. More odds, less mole? Well, finding a 4 of on the London Mulligan is very common. The fact that we did not find it down to our 5 is not indicative of the percentages. Can we play Fracture to deal with Hearse and Leyline? You could. The problem is that once Leyline comes down, it's difficult to answer because you can still Thoughtseize out the other answers. But yeah, unfortunately, we are very dead. Our opponent won the Leyline battle. Filling 2 Assassin trophies, feel good? Oh yeah. Well, as is tradition, we get easy clapped into a 3-2. Turn to Earth, not bad either. What is Turn to Earth? I don't even know that card. What is Turn to Earth? What are we doing here? Skip the 3 tarot cards in the graveyard, the owner. I mean, it's a magic card. I don't know what it's doing in this situation, but it definitely is reasonable. Terra Sunder is probably the card we're looking for as far as a ubiquitous answer that's able to deal with everything we're looking for. Probably looking something like this in an ideal world. Alright, we'll switch back to some Bant Spirits. We'll open up our chests while we wait. In the mirror? Well, in the mirror it returns the cards, right? But it doesn't actually deal with any of the interaction they're bringing. Yeah, we lived the Greasefang dream a few times there, but we died to the mirror. But the mirror 5-0'd, so at least somebody was getting their dubs in. That tends to happen a lot to us, is we're the unlucky recipients of losing the last round to the mirror. So every once in a while, not so much. We're just slow creeping infinite. We're always getting chess, always winning. We're just doing it as slowly as possible. Alright, well this hand's fire. I think the Man Spirit's Guide went up on playing Pioneer today as well. The Mighty Thoughtseize. So if they're Greasefang, they take Shacklegeist. If they're red-black, they take Dream Phantom. Or Mozwander, one of the two. Twitch is currently experiencing problems with going live. That's probably what you were talking about, James. I just got a notification about an hour ago that apparently that's happening. I must have, I think I got on before it became a problem. Play this on white. This will be on green. Now we have double white, green, and blue. Alright, it is red-black. Definitely a matchup we'd rather play post-board, but we do have ways to steal it. I'm just going to shock because we'd take more points off of this. We're going to play Shacklegeist. It's the less relevant threat here of the two. Anyone else can't wait to get Liliana here? Just me? Yeah, this is a great hand against most decks, but against Rakdos, we are sort of already on the back foot. Our post-board plan of the Extraction Specialist, though, is pretty good. We could also draw Toski at some point. Still have our one of Toski main. Alright, well. We're just going to pass since we have the Rattle Chains, too. Trespasser. Alright, well. We'll do this, especially since we have the Rattle Chains to protect later on down the road. We could have played Phantom here. Missed out on 1 point of damage. That's fair. I was thinking about flashing it in, but it's probably better just to get the point in. Here comes the Liliana. Fable. Alright, well, Fable's less scary somehow. Yeah, now, because we didn't play the Phantom, we're priced into doing this. But they don't have anything that kills this for 2 mana instant speed. Dreadboard doesn't kill it, Fatal Push doesn't kill it, and Bone Crusher Giant doesn't kill it. But they will kill this in response, then we play the Phantom. Had we had this down, we would have gotten to blow out that card. Alright, I'll play this tapped. Get in for 6 and hope their last card isn't a removal spell. We are threatening lethal next turn. They get 2 looks that are, or yeah, 2 looks because they have 2 cards. So what do you have, opponent? Lead is Fable, so they didn't have it at all. Draw 2. Any removal spells? Fatal Push does it. Bone Crusher doesn't do it, which is nice. Shieldred? Castle, that'll kill him. Looks like we're gonna beat Rakdos game 1, huh? Wild game there. Alright, specialists come in, Catilda comes in. Bring these in. Shacklegeist, get out. And yeah, call that a day. Could bring in the 4th Skyclave, but yeah, that's fine. Skyclave for Sailor. A lot of their things are nice to just be able to kill. Alright. No white source is a little awkward, huh? We can do better. Alright, this is better. Hits all the notes. Play this. Awkward, though we're probably gonna have to go 2, 3, 4, depending. Do you have any plan to update the deck guide to Bant Spirits? Well, it just came out today, so we tend to update whenever there's major shifts in a deck, but like we just updated Rakdos, Midrange, and Abzan Greasefang with the additions of Dominaria. Yeah, the Bant Spirits one just dropped today. So it is as up to date as it can be. You want to target this so that you don't lose your Bone Crusher there. If you target this, even though it gains indestructible, you still get to keep the Bone Crusher. Alright, we're gonna hold this Rattle Chains. Play this tapped. Know how much we want to trade this Skyclave into this. Fortunately, without having any lures, we're in a little bit of a pickle. We're gonna start drawing cards soon, though. They get an attack here for free. Practice players have no respect, throw away their BCGs away like candy when I play Bant. Fair. I think that was just like not quite seeing that we'd sack versus doing it reasonably. Yeah, it definitely was a little odd to just like one harvester. Our Fable. This is quickly becoming a problem. We are in a bad way, unless these draws are Coco. They can't risk trading here. We are going to take a harsh 4. Coco is square, or that's not squared, that's cubed. Right? Feel free to tell me if my high school math is incorrect here. Been a minute. Once upon a time, I was good at math. I don't know if I'd say I am anymore. They have the option, but they shouldn't. Cubed, yeah, nice, nice. Score 1 for public school. Fable not long for this earth. Well, oh, don't do. You have a machine gun. Don't. You're winning anyway. Do it. Do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. Oh yeah, we're fucking dead. They are. They're just showing off now. They're like, look how many zombies I can make. Fair. I respect it. Run it back on the play. They don't have zombies. They have zombies. All right. Well, this hand's great. This is what we're looking for. We'd love a 1-drop, but otherwise this hand's great. We'd love a Coco. I'm gonna jam a Phantom here. No turn 1 Thoughtseize. Having to play the Haunted Ridge tapped on 1 is a little awkward for them for sure. No! No! I was so hoping they were just gonna kill my Phantom. And I take my Specialist. Boo. There's no way, right? There's no way they don't just take the Specialist, right? Damn, they saw the line. Well, it's a nice thing to have. I think the opponent was just trying to work out the map. All right, Trespasser. Yeah, not having Rending Volley there is nice at least. Gives us hope. All right, we're gonna play one of these so that we have Okay. I like that. Also lets us play Skyclave, pitch Rattle Chains if we want, and then buy it back. Okay. I think we just take 4 and see what they do, because I'd rather eat a Shieldred or a Elitas. And they know about this Rattle Chain, so they're not gonna point anything at it, right? Right? They wouldn't. They wouldn't. Yeah. Yeah. Yoink. Okay. We're rooting on them. Just absolutely rooting them on. All right, attack you for potentially lethal go. We're just in the waiting game because, like, what are they gonna do? They gotta attack us. I'm gonna Coco because any Lord just eats this. Yeah. Let's just put a Lord into play so this Bone Crusher doesn't kill this. And then we also have a Catilda, which will absolutely murder them. Yeah, well, Catilda dies. It's rude but fair. They can't attack because the Skyclave kills them. Well, they're dead, so. They were going down swinging. I respect it. There we go. We've defeated the Rakdos Menace. Stealing that game 1 was wild. Game 3 was a great example of once you're able to get ahead, you can sometimes make all their removal awkward. Got here. We're on the play. Love to see it for Bant. Like Mario Galaxy, every time Rakdos loses a star is born. Fantastic work. Well done, Grey Rebel. Play this and play tapped. Ooh, a red deck. Well, I think if we were going to lead on anything, we'll lead on a 3 toughness creature. What's the scroll in the deck? It is really good into Rakdos, because the main job is to draw 2 to 3 cards when it comes down and keep you aloft against the 2-for-1s that Rakdos does by removing no blocks. Here's my 1/3 opponent. Take that. It's true. It's the scariest of all things I could play. Think anything should be banned from Rakdos midrange? I lean towards Fable. I think Fable is a reasonable thing to hit. I'm gonna take this Kamado. Yeah, I think if something needs to be banned, it's Fable or Bone Crusher Giant, and I think the thing with it is that it's not based on power level so much as it's based on just the absurd amount of representation it gets at the top tables. And so if that changes in the next couple weeks, then maybe nothing needs to get hit. But since Dominaria United came out, it has been about 25% of the winner's metagame, which is pretty rough. That was a pretty good turn for them, huh? Whirl. Fast. They Smash Mountains, truly a hero. Buff Rakdos, okay, thanks. Do you stream with Streamlabs or OBS? I've streamed with both. At the moment, I'm using Streamlabs. But I've used both. Ah! Let me have a land. We're in good shape as long as we don't die. Famous last words, I know. We just need to find a land. I will block your 1/1. Yeah, I got a notification that it was having trouble connecting. I just started streaming before the issue. And so I think I just dodged by being live before the problem. We get to blank another Bone Crusher. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, AWS is also dead, so I'm sure there's a lot going on. I just managed to get live early enough that it didn't affect me. Dad in the main deck. What are we doing with that? To the main region of the West Coast. Ooh, yeah, that's a problem. Turns out that is a problem. Coco time. Skyclave and Supreme Phantom. Gonna eat that. And that's gonna be game. We did the thing. Skyclave, Catilda, Specialist, Portable Hole, Verdane, get in there. Toski, you're out. Queller, you're out. Sailor, you're out. Cleric, you're out. So they do seem to be the bigger red, so maybe Queller's not as bad, but not a big fan.
This is blue, white, white. Normally I root for the red player. I respect it. I can't be mad at you for rooting for the red player. Usually they're the good guys. Those mountains. Oh no. End him. Portable hole. Can be green, blue, white. Ooh, upkeep play with fire. Oosh, that's not what you want to see on turn 2. One on top, so they hit their land. Oh, Ganja's just rude. Ganja's a real rude card. BT isn't in your deck, then what are you even doing? I don't know. Sam is in chat. Finished second place in the challenge with Bushwhacker. Rumor on the street. Not playing Bushwhacker anymore. I don't know. Sounds kind of sus. Streamer must be lying. The people aren't supposed to know that. At least for the moment. I'm sure he'll be back on it. I like Coco, but we'll Coco after. I also think the thing about Bushwhacker is it's a great deck when people aren't prepared for it, but as people get more accustomed to the play patterns, you do kind of want to be aware of when it's time to switch off for a minute. I think I may have tricked everyone, myself included. That's illegal. You can't trick me. Deck does some wild stuff. Doesn't do it all the time. Alright, we have an Aganjo for this Bone Crusher or a Coco. Whichever is more effective. Rude, true. Alright, take 4. I quite like the Bushwhacker deck. Like I said, I have a 5-0. I went 9-1 with it. I just think it's as people get more used to the play patterns, you have to be cognizant of Alright, I'm gonna let this happen so that if we hit 1 toughness creatures, they don't just die. Like a Rattle Chains. Although the Phantom would have protected it. Ooh. Got some channel lands cooking. Could bounce this and get in for 7. I don't think we need to do that. I think we just get in for 4, kill the Chain Whirler, and then get in for 7 and then bounce something. Although maybe we just kill the Bone Crusher. What are they doing? They can't Ember Cleave us, so that's nice. Like that. Like to Aganjo this. Aganjo has looked really good in this deck because you often get into races and then you just get to like keep racing while getting to play defense. I really liked Aganjo in this deck. Sure. Tyrion Eagle, great draw. Does mean we can't play Owara though. We need to be cautious about that. Attack. Yeah, I agree. Ganjo feels better than Otawara. I think you need Otawara as an option because like you always just want to have optionality. But certainly agree that I would rather have 2 Aganjos in most spots than I'd rather have 2 Otawaras. I'm gonna block. Whatever you got, I'm happy to take. But I think this just leaves us the least likely to be dead. Chain Whirler. This will kill the Empyrean Eagle and then they die. 4. Exactly. Bonk. Oh, we could have just played Redain and done this for 1 cheaper. Yeah, play your Redain and then play this for 1 cheaper, everybody. But otherwise, nice little 2-0 to start. We're already at 12% raised on the 100,000
Panel point goal to get a 10-hour Space Jace stream. I have a feeling I'm going to be shopping for astronaut costumes. $250, bless it, Sam. 2-0 beating 2 worst matchups. S++ tier confirmed. Like I said, Bant is any tempo deck sometimes just gets to steal free wins, just the basis of being a tempo deck. It is quite nice. How many bits for you to eat a Jace? I do have some trash Jaces I could eat. Okay, well this is nice. I like this. But if we go here, don't really have mate. I try not to eat magic cards as them. Tomber, thank you for the prime sub. Appreciate it. Always appreciate the Bezos bucks. Happy to take them from one Jeffrey the lad. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Those bison bucks. Much more helpful to me than Jeffrey Bezos. So be sure as the month starts to turn over, give your favorite streamer, whether or not that's me or not, your Buffalo Bucks. Greatly helps. And fun fact, most people have Twitch Prime at this point. Oh no. We're up against oh, that's a beating. We knew we were drawing this, we would have double white, but now we don't, so awkward. Okay. We still have Queller if we don't draw White Source. Luminarch. That's a tough one to beat. Damn, they know this can't block. I'll pass. There's no way they just don't have a spell, right? I put it on itself. Fine. Give me that. And tap that. Oh no. Ah. Look at all these double white spells we can cast. Alright, we're gonna start shipping them in. They're low on mana, so we want to start putting enough pressure on them. Pennant, sure. Where you put your counter. Elf. Unfortunately, we drew this at just the wrong time. Draw a white source, though, we're in great shape. You're not a white source, but I accept. 3, 6, 9, 12. So why don't we leave back the 3, 4, because it's most likely a block here. Alright. Then we can tap something down. Just have to be careful of oh, we were supposed to leave back Remorseful Cleric, so we had a blue and a white creature back instead of just being able to Brave for blue. That's true. Alright, so had we played better, we win even through a Brave here. Four, 8, 9, and alright, tap that.
Brutal Cathar is gonna eat the Supreme Phantom. Take 7, or yeah, take 7 down to 3. 2, 4, 6, 8. This is still lethal. Alright, well, even without double white, we were able to there. Now, bringing this, bringing these. Maybe these. Definitely these. You can tap in response to Brave. The problem is that they can just go to combat, and we don't really want to block. And so if we go, so what they do is they put the counter on, they attack, and then they Brave, and then there's nothing we can do. Right? There's no window where we can stop them from being attackers at that point. Did you board up? Maybe the portable hole. No, it's still too. Get rid of the sailors. Yeah, there's no window if they play that correctly where we could have stopped them from killing us with a Brave there. This hand's good. We have 2 removal spells. Can't be mad at that. Time to get in the hole. Hero of Akros. Play a 1/3, which does currently block their whole board. The Brutal Cathar. Oh, it's a lieutenant. That changes things, huh? That changed things. Yes. Portable hole healer. Play this as green. Pass. This Rattle Chains is a natural 3/2 now. You can also protect from a Brutal Cathar. Next turn, we just... If we get this Rattle Chains down, we can instant speed Skyclave, which is pretty great for us. Another lieutenant? That would be... Yeah. Just attack. Attack with these 2. I think I'm going to take 6. Ends up being taking 7, which isn't great, but I think we would rather protect our Rattle Chains here. Now we can pass. I mean, we're in danger, but we're not dying, right? Okay. Yeah, stay the Mutavault's fine. Block here, block here. Ganjo? Sheesh. That's fine. This Queller. Pro multicolor is a little awkward here, though. We're gonna have to Skyclave that, huh? Yeah. Bonk. Or I don't want to trade. I guess trading this off for this would be fine, but Adeline makes this a 3/3. Block here, block here. Yeah, get in for 2. We're living on a prayer. We took like 8 damage off our lands, unfortunately. Need them to draw basically nothing for a couple turns here. Defet Dunes counts as nothing. Only activates as a sorcery. Oh, that's a big draw. That's a huge draw.
They play Adeline, we're able to block. They play Brutal Cathar. Stand up this. They have 2/2/2s, so we can't attack with everything. That back. We're actually not dead to Brave because they can't crack Shefadunes too. Yeah. And this doesn't get the. All right. Our the legend as foretold. We will go on 3-match winning streaks with Bant. Let's see if we can get the 4th one. We started 4-0 this morning with Bant Spirits. Maybe we can run it back. That continues to operate in a space where we're able to pick up close games. Nice. That gets quite good. But having a rough matchup into Rakdos, especially when the Rakdos player plays tightly, is the real thing keeping it from seeing much more play, I think. All right. The dark. We have all our colors. Keep this on the draw. We have enough 2s to hopefully stay alive long enough to not be dying, and then opponent. Gotta play your land in second main. Love it. Are we playing against Nivtalite? Quite like our matchup into Niv for the most part. Yeah, that looks like Niv to me. We're gonna pass, just play Rattle Chains. No green mana though. Weird. Usually you gotta oh, it might be enigmatic. I also like our enigmatic matchup, but it's not as nice. Actually, it's probably fine. Dave Lev, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Does read like enigmatic. Yep. Okay, this. Moon-based cleric. What are you blessing us with today? Enigmatic? Fires. Enigmatic. Alright. Yeah, the leyline bindings will be a problem. Currently, they only have 3 types because these don't count. Our hope is that they don't have fires and they just like slam an enigmatic, we counter it, then we play Totsky and run them over. But very dependent on the number. At least with Rattle Chains, if they don't do anything, we can just play another spirit. We're not just falling behind. 2, white, 1. Get in there. Get in the Quella. Take that damage. Oh. I'm going to play Totsky and draw some cards, and then we're going to Coco. Bonk. Nice. Good old Totsky lad. We now have more cards than they do, which is a good place for us to be, I think. They're shocking. What 5-mana spell they have? Tolsimir. That's a nightmare. Actual nightmare. They just have the Tolsimir. Actual nightmare. You want to hold up a Coco in case they have another enchantment you can queller? Well, the problem is if they have another enchantment we can queller, we're not guaranteed to hit queller. Whereas in this situation, the number of cards I would expect them to have that could cleanly answer the queller is lower than the number of things they could have to do. Them having the one of Tolsimir does make life a little harder, though. So I guess if we count, well, Queller wouldn't have helped against Tolsimir. Could have hit potentially a Rattle Chain. That's still not ideal. You kind of want to Queller this if we can. Well, can't, but we can take the Enigmatic at least. Need them not to have Leyline bindings here. We're in danger. We do get to keep drawing cards with Totski, which is Tilda, which will be a big thing. Shacklegeist will be able to lock them down a little. Alright, Tapland's good. Put Yori into hand. That's bad for us on the basis of this this getting blinked. Being able to kill this, but hopefully we can draw nothing. There's nothing in our deck that stops that. Other than a rattle change, I suppose. Well, that is a rattle chain. I'll play Catilda. Draw a card. Ganjo's another. If they attack, we could just Ganjo the Tolsimir. My guess is they're just going to play the Ori. That would make the most sense to me. Problem being, too, that the Skyclave Apparition is going to get to eat something. Not out of the woods. There. Oh, I guess they can't attack because we have the Catilda, so that can happen. Yeah, we're not nearly out of the woods. They have their engine assembled because they get to blink this for Enigmatic, blink this, blink this. Yeah. Yeah. Things are looking beyond dire. Pretty good, pretty good. Okay, what's this fighting? Well, it makes the wolf and then, yeah. Use a wolf. Okay, well, we were gonna protect the Phantom anyway here, because Totski's getting eaten. Alright, they don't gain 3 life. We could win. 1, 2, 3. We can play 3 spirits, which is 8, 11, 12. So if we draw a Lord, drawing a Lord wins. Because we can tap down their 1 block. Let's go. Anybody else excited to steal this game? Just me? Why? Midday robbery.
Highway robbery acquired. Surprise! Spirits. Okay, Lofty, get in here. Verdane, get in here. Catilda, get in here. Skyclave, get in here. Shacklegeist can go down a little. Remorseful down. Sailors. Yo, Thomas, thank you for the sub over on YouTube. Appreciate it. Catilda is just a big dumb. Might not even be worth it. Dice to be able to tap their blockers. Labyrinth is probably fine here. Totsky's not getting us much value. It was good there, game one, but post board, it's unlikely to get a lot of value. I think we just want to tempo them out, and Spirit of the Labyrinth does a really good job of turning off some of their quite fan of. All right. No green mana, but we're on the draw. This game's gonna go a while, and we have a lot of good cards. I think I'm gonna keep this. If we get to turn 4 and we don't have green mana, y'all can laugh at me. But I think this is the kind of hand that lets us accelerate nicely, counter their 4-drop, or just slam a Redane and then delay their 4-drop, and then Coco them out. Obviously, we'd love a 1-drop. Oh, they're on them all to 5 too. Just curious, have you played any other digital or not card games like Lore? Or do you just play Magic? I've played Lore a little bit. I played Hearthstone a little bit. I dabble, but I haven't found any game that has enticed me in a card game setting like Magic has. A big part of that is the cost of entry for a lot of these games, right? But also just the learning curve and the time commitment. But I haven't played too many other card games. I play a lot of games like Valorant, League of Legends, Hades, things that are non-card games. I was a big console gamer for a long time. Getting disputed? Okay. Interesting. Y'all were worried. Green mana right on time. Or started pulling away from Magic because it's nearly zero cost of entry. Yeah. I liked what I played of Lore. My problem is that I am a very competitive person, so it's difficult for me to get into something if the intention is not to like win it, like be as competitive as possible with it. And so that leaves me in a position where like I have to dedicate a lot of times. No Pepe last today. Well, we dodged this one, but we're in a little bit of danger if they have a 4-drop here. Or into hand, okay. Let's us sneak in a flyer. Now our Lofty is turned on. Not an untap land at all. Fine. Still stuck on mana, just not as badly as. Also, Skyclave not being able to hit Leyland Binding. Sad. They had 3-5, yeah. Rocks. Alright, that's fine. Skyclave Apparition. Mine. That stays. Pepe Laugh back in business. True. True. I wonder if they just jam the Yori in here for next to no value. I mean, it's a good blocker, so I understand. Yeah. 5 mana burb.
Alright, you're up. Got Quellers, Lofties, Selfless Spirits, and some Cocos. Play a land. Anything doing over there, opponent? Got a lot of land. 7. Height. Huh. Huh. No. No. No, 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 no. Get that out of here right now. Dragon Lord Atarka. Big fan. Big fan of Atarka. Not here, though. No thank you. It's a good one to know about for their enigmatic into it. Alright, I'm gonna pass and just keep holding up interaction. But yeah, no Atarkas allowed. That is well and truly an established law here. Omen of the Sea. I don't want to counter that for the sake of countering it, but I think I want to try and do it this way. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We don't even need to do it. We can just put a Mozwander into play. So I guess I don't want them to scry. Yeah, Tarka's the common targets. I think they're offside in industry. Yeah, that would make sense to me. A lot of fun ideas in mind, but I always feel like that one deck I want to make just isn't quite playable in the format. That's super fair. I think that's a problem a lot of people run into when they're brewing. A lot of formats end up pretty solved to a degree. Not completely solved, but to a degree enough. Get Phantom Shackle guy. Tap that. That's lethal. All right. Lost one game to Rakdos. It's time for that ever popular prediction 5-1 or 4-0. What do y'all got for me? That's magic, baby. Oh yeah. We have been beating up decks today. Can we get the 5-0? We've been 3-2 and 4-1 machines this week, which like you can't be mad at it, right? You're always gaining value, you're getting play points, you're getting chess, whatever. You're technically making money. But boy, it feels so much better when you're 5-0ing. I can't explain it. Condition my brain. I see trophy, I want trophy. All right. Oh, we're up against Turtle again. The current trophy leader. Usually they play exclusively aggro decks on a way to red. I like this matchup, kind of. I don't like it a lot, but I do like it. Ugh, I like it a lot less when that happens. All right, having a Moss Wanderer with 2 power is real good here. It's tough to kill. Oh, they're taking a ton of damage. Nice of them. Appreciate it. All right. You're up. We got Queller. We got Coco next turn. Coco the turn after that. More mana. What attacks? Everything. I need some help from US players. For those who want an RCQ, how much is entry fee with the regional later in November? None, I believe. Last I knew, none. I have not heard of any fees to play. That is a Canadian and Brazilian thing. You also get a free badge if you want an RCQ to DreamHack, so you shouldn't even have to cover the cost of getting in. Gonna be the sickest Embercleave of all time? Or is it just gonna be a removal spell? I don't think the Embercleave versions were playing Eidolon. Stomp my face. I would like to eat this. Ooh, we got to eat a Soul Scar. That's actually great for us. We're not going to attack this turn. We're going to attack next turn. With the goal of locking them under their own Eidolon. Alongside this Coco. Yeah, the fact that they had so many creatures. Second Eidolon is fine. It dissolves. That's actually great for us. That's the death knell for you though, friend. This. Yeah. Dub. Dub. Alright, we're up a game. They're also playing for a trophy. This is a trophy match. Both people are playing for trophies here. Taylor, Queller, Shacklegeist. Cleric. We're back in our real final boss moment. True. I actually don't like Shacklegeist as much as I like Queller. So Queller's really awkward with I'll remember in a minute. Rending Volley. I think this is where I'm at. Better win this match. Everybody's coming for those channel points. Yeah. This hand's gonna hurt us more than it's gonna hurt them. Ooh, no one drop's great for us, because it means we can potentially play this into play tapped and not have to take damage. So we will. That's actually great for us, them not having a 1 there. Now, our 2-drop does not die to most their 1-drop burn. They're already down a couple cards. They mold the 6. Cast a Bone Crusher, sure. We're gonna miss on lands, not good. Prefer not to do that. So if they go to kill something, we sack Selfless Spirit. Get to specialist it. Block. Alright, well, that's fine. We were kind of expecting this. Oh, they have another removal spell too? Okay, well. We can go next. That was too much. We needed them to have one less thing and us to have another land. But that's fine. That's what game 3 on the play is for. That hurt. That was a painful one. If we'd drawn a third land, we were at least in a spot where we could get back on the board. Not like that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, this hand is what we're looking for. Give me a 1-drop or a 2-drop off the top here, and we're in the business. Any 1 or 2 off the top, and we are in business. I'd even just take a company and some lands too. Like we don't gotta get too fancy with. 4th land, deal. Take your creature. Got a 2-drop for me? Or 1-drop? Sure. Gonna pass. We're in reasonable shape, but not great shape. You're in. No blocks. Color that. Oh. Oh. I like that. That's a good one. Sure, sure. Sure, sure. Phantom Apparition's a good hit here. Block. This block looks weird, but it forces them to put damage on here. Then we just get it back with Specialist. Yes, that's exactly what we wanted. Put this tapped. Get in there, lads. Now we're way ahead. We have this Catilda to come down next turn. All according to Kekaku. Translator's note, Kekaku means plan. One of my favorite weed memes. Oh yeah, that was the top deck we needed. I will block. I don't care what happens as Extraction Specialist. The answer is nothing? Chain Whirler, sure. I will eat this. Play this. And there's the trophy. Let's go. Hey, Alex, how's it going? We did it. Took us a hot minute, but we did it. We earned our trophy. We beat a lot of bad matchups, too. We played against red a lot. Blue-black was okay. Blue-black was okay. The version we played wasn't great. I would definitely swap up the version we played. But I want to try some blue-black mid-range again at some point. Been quite enjoying Bant Spirits. Five-0, baby! We got it. Yeah, we beat red-black, mono-red twice, enigmatic, and mono-white. That's a tough league. 4 out of 5 bad matchups, true. Let's crack our winnings. See what we got. Everyone loves a good Gamba. Don't have to cancel my sub. Beautiful. Five-0 prediction complete. What'd we get? That's the wrong Liliana. Inferno Titan, Defiler of Dreams. Minx Boo. We hit the jackpot, everybody. We did it. We got a Minx. We're rich. We got the 5-0 and a Minx. Just too good. Too clean. Too good. Love to see that. All right, I think that is where we're going to wrap up for today. Send you over to Sam, who's currently
playing the villain arc, playing some Rakdos. So if you're prepping for the RCQs, be sure to check out Sam, great streamer, as well as playing some of the best deck in the format. Be sure to check out regional qualifier will cost $60 US. Yeah, they are not great the way they basically forced people to participate and then are later adding these costs. Is not good. Brazil and Canada not looking great, but that's gonna do it for me, guys. I'm gonna be out of town starting tomorrow till Monday. I'm gonna be back on Monday. We're gonna do some nice long streams next week when I'm back, visiting some family. But appreciate everyone who hung out. Be sure to check out the Bant Spirits deck guide over on Playing Pioneer that I wrote. Get your own 5-0s on the way. Appreciate y'all. Have a good weekend. Say hi to Sam and go win your Season 2 RCQs. Catch y'all later. Special shout out to everyone who watched it over on YouTube. Appreciate you. And see you later. Oh, Stonerd, glad you caught as well.